We'll give you a view of everything else as we head up the course. That is the view looking to the northwest from the finish line at the course. You can see the mountains in the background. I said yesterday, if you were listening, that this is one of the best places in the country to hold a race, both as a rower and a spectator. Great venue for the spectators to watch. You can see on the left-hand side of the screen, along the banks there, all sorts of tents. Those are alumni tents, parents' tents. The lagoon over to the left is where the launching and receiving happens of the boats. Around that lagoon is where the crews keep their boats on the shell trailers. This is one of the biggest races in the country. It's not the biggest. I think the biggest is actually the Acro Championships that are held here in the middle of May. So that's a good view of the boats around the lagoon. And now we'll get a view of the parents' tents and the alumni tents and the team tents. Oak Ridge Rowing Association, who is the host organization, has a boathouse at one end of the regatta here, or one end of the lagoon here. We'll see that, but that's a good view of the tents. And what a beautiful course this is, and everything is green. It's spring, and because it's spring, we are experiencing typical spring weather. It is, I think, 50 degrees this morning, significantly cooler than it was yesterday. That's a good view of the lagoon and the launching and receiving docks and all the boats. You can see there are many boats. I think I didn't get a count from the regatta organizers, but I think there are over 1,200 athletes here for this race. Now we're back and looking up the course again. And this gives you a great perspective of what 2,000 meters is. So this is from approximately the 1,000-meter mark, looking back up toward the starting dock, the starting bridge. And we can get another view as we zoom out a little bit here. You can see the singles are heading up for their finals for this morning. The singles are one person in a boat. There might be some doubles mixed in there, or some pairs. But you've got the lane lines. The lanes are typically 16 meters wide, and there are 8 lanes on this course. We'll only use up to 7 today. Heading up toward the starting bridge, you can see the bus traveling along Melton Hill Lake or Melton Hill Road. Um, and Calhoun's Restaurant, which is a famous restaurant in the rowing community. The the restaurant has decks that you can come out onto and sit and watch the racing, at least the start. The practice area is off to the right there. So as crews go and get their warm ups in, they have plenty of room upstream on the Clinch River here. This is a dammed portion of the Clinch River at two ends. So it actually forms a lake. This is part of the TVA flood control project. I don't know if their intention back in the 30s when they did this was to make a great rowing venue, but they sure did a good job with that. So you can see some fours getting ready to line up for their finals this morning. The railroad bridge that everybody gets to row under. The practice area can continue on basically as far as anyone wants to go upstream, but really crews only launch about 45 minutes before the races. They don't want to go out and take too many strokes, but they do need to get some hard strokes in to get their engines warmed up and ready to go. Turning back, we can see over to the starting bridge again. Oh, there's a 4. Okay. And back to the starting bridge. The stake boats there. There will be somebody manning each of those stake boats for the races, and they actually hold the sterns of the boats and help the referees get the boats lined up and ready to go. And then as soon as the starter drops the flag, they let go and the boats take off. So this was a great tour we had there. We really thank the Here Now crew and the drone pilots for getting that set up. Most times you don't get a view like this, but this is a great setup they've got here. My name's Jerry Jenkins. I was a coach and a rower, and I'm now a nuclear engineer, but I come back and I do this kind of stuff for fun. Um, we'd like to thank Sam Dempsey, who's our head referee, the Oak Ridge Rowing Association, as the host regatta. Tim Searles of the Rowing Repair Center in Oak Ridge is the 2024 SIRA regatta sponsor. He's done a lot of work here with the local organizing committee to help get the course ready to go. He's got a shell repair service that he runs in Oak Ridge, and lots of teams that come into town for spring training or for other races will drop boats off with him, get them repaired, and he'll get them ready to get back on the water. So he's got a great service, and we really appreciate his help. The racing is scheduled to start at 8:08. That will be a couple of C finals, and then the racing is scheduled to run all the way through just before 1 o'clock. At 12:56, I think, is the last scheduled race. There's a few changes to the race schedule. There's one event that is dropped out completely. That is B final, because there was a scratch, and one scratch they moved the other boat to the A final. So that boat will be a 7-boat race. We'll inform you of that as the time comes. The first race that will start at 8:08 will be the C final for the men's varsity 4. That will be followed by the C final for the men's varsity 8. And then the rest of the morning will be B finals and A finals. In the past, the A finals and B finals used to be called grand finals and petite finals. I think this is going more toward the FISA, that's the International Rowing Organization body, tradition of calling them A finals and B finals instead of grand finals and petite finals. You can see one of the 4s now getting lined up, getting ready to get into the stake boats. So the coxswain will have 1 or 2 oars people pull the boat across the course and get to their lane. Then they'll turn and back into the stake boat, and the stake boat person will grab the stern of the boat and hold it, and then the coxswain will get the boat lined up straight down the course. Racing down a buoyed course like this is great for the coxswains. They've got something to work with. It helps with steering, but you'll see as we see the starts of some of the races that even with those lane markers, you can still have some steering issues. You can have boats crossing into other boats' lanes, interfering with them at times. But that's what the referees are for. The referees' primary purpose out there is safety for the rowers, and their second concern is with fairness. But safety is always a primary concern. This is an outdoor sport. It's a dynamic sport. There's a lot that can happen. With an 8, you've got basically a ton of mass moving at about 13 miles an hour. And there have been times where people have been seriously hurt with collisions. Yesterday, as a matter of fact, one of the men's varsity 8s decided to do a little swashbuckling and collided with a referee or an official's launch, and yet they still went on to win their heat. So there was no real damage done to the shell, and nobody was hurt. It did eject the bow person of the boat from their seat. They landed on their foot stretchers, which that was probably pretty exciting. I have seen over my time with the sport, large people on the order of 6'1" to 6'6" be ejected from boats, where you'll see somebody who weighs 230 pounds flying through the air and into the water. So that is, again, the primary concern of the officials is safety, but also to make sure that the races are fair. So we're getting the boats lined up here for the men's 4C final. We have one scratch in this race, and that is lane 2. The lanes are numbered from left to right from this perspective. So this would be looking down the course. Lane 1 is on the left, and lane 6 is on the right. And our crews in this race are in lane 1, NC State. Lane 2 is a scratch. Lane 3, Liberty. Lane 4, Central Florida. Lane 5, High Point. And lane 6, LSU. Let's go ahead and, since we've got a couple of minutes, we'll go ahead and try and get the lineups for you. I will try and do lineups as much as I can throughout the day, getting the lineups done for the 8s when you have 48 rowers and 6 coxswains. That's 54 people, 54 names to try and get out in a 6-minute race. It's a little bit tough, but we'll do the best we can. I think it's important to acknowledge the athletes or the student athletes that are there. But for this race, since it's 4s, we should have plenty of time to get this done. And for NC State in lane 1, that's the crew on the left. From bow, we've got Wilford Charbonneau, Jack Lawler, Caleb Narr, Charles Wolshin, and they're coxed by Aiden Peerbottle. In lane 3 from Liberty, we've got Ethan Alley, Travis Hogan, Cole Chateau, and Gideon Abbott, and they are coxed by Elena Schaefer. In lane 4 from Central Florida, we've got William Gooddale, Jesse Cohen, Noah Heskin, and Pierre Olivier Gouin, and they are coxed by Ji Lin. In lane 5 from High Point, we've got Nick Canella, Jackson Weber, Andrew Seaman, Xavier Little, and they are coxed by Nicholas Greiner. And in lane 6 from LSU, we've got Joseph Minutolo, Paul Yeon, Colin Herkey, and Miles Belair, coxed by Josephine M. We don't have Josephine's last name. That's just the way they put her in the entries. So we've got about 2 minutes to race now. I apologize beforehand to anyone's name that I don't get right as I'm reading the names of the racers in the boats. When you're trying to read quickly, especially in the 8th races, I do the best I can. So if I've gotten your name wrong, if you're listening to this later after you're done racing, I apologize for that. So now the coxswains are getting their points. You may see the coxswains will have the bow seat or the 2 seat scull the boat around, so they'll reach way out and move the boat by just tapping their oar a little bit into the water. You can see lane 3 is doing that right now. Lane 4 just did it as well, and now lane 5 will do it. So the coxswains are dealing with a slight crosswind today. The winds are out of the north, and that brought the cold temperatures. The cold front came through yesterday with the rain in the morning, and the temperature dropped. We lucked out on this. I think it's supposed to be a low of 40 degrees tomorrow morning. I think it was only going to get down to 48 or 50 degrees this morning. It could have been much colder this morning or tomorrow morning if we were doing this. So we've got pretty good conditions. The water is basically flat, just that little bit of a crossing tailwind. As I talked about, this course runs from northwest to southeast. So right now we are at the northwest end of the course, and the wind is actually blowing down that practice area and across the bows of the boat. So that will tend to push the bows of the boats to the right from our perspective, and that's why you'll keep seeing the coxswains pointing their bows back to the left to try and have the bow of the boat be centered right down the lane. And they're off. So here you get to see the start. Crews will usually run these starts at a higher stroke rate. They'll do usually 3 to 5 strokes to get the boats up and moving, to build the rate and build the boat speed. And then they will run at a high rate 20 or a high rate 15, depending on what the coach and the athlete's decisions tend to be. And then they will do a settle where they settle to a lower stroke rate by about 4 strokes a minute. Right now, it looks like lane 3 is in the lead. That is Liberty, with Central Florida very close behind. And in lane 1, NC State is hanging tight with them. In lane 6, LSU is hanging tight with them. And in High Point, still in contact. It's early in the race. Lots of things can happen. We're 54 seconds in. Liberty is at a 37 stroke rate, 37 strokes a minute. 34 strokes a minute for Central Florida. So it looks like Liberty and Central Florida, with Central Florida slightly in the lead, are starting to separate themselves from the rest of the field. Both boats looking strong here. This is a great view we've got from the drone pilots. They just do a fantastic job. Central Florida is starting to edge out just a little bit with every stroke. Something you can watch for as you if you're learning the sport for the first time, as you look at the blade work of the oarsmen. In these boats, particularly in the 4s, they're what we call bow coxed 4s. The coxswain actually sits in the front of the boat, as opposed to in nearly all 8s, you'll see the coxswain in the back of the boat. So the coxswain actually sits down under the bow deck, and that gives them a nice view right down the center of the course, but it does not afford them a very good view of the rowers. Central Florida is still pushing out into the lead, looking very strong. 38 stroke rate. If my stroke watch is right, I'm not sure I believe that. 36 now, that's what it says. And 36 for Liberty, with Central Florida right now with about a 1 length lead over Liberty. And they have a couple length lead over the rest of the field. So now we've got a view from approximately the 1,000-meter mark. Once again, this is a 2,000-meter race. 2,000 meters is about 1 mile and 3/16. Looks like Liberty's trying to hold on here, trying to make a move back into Central Florida. Central Florida looks like they are in control of this race, though. From a rower's perspective, when you can get that much of a lead on the boat that's trailing you, you can always keep an eye on them. And as they start to make moves or as they start to work, you can match those moves. It gives you a little bit of extra time. So there we go, crossing the 1,000-meter mark. We're at the halfway point at 3 minutes and 41 seconds in, with a slight open water lead of Central Florida over Liberty, followed by LSU. And High Point and NC State bringing up the rear. Another great view from our drone pilots here. As you watch, also you can watch the steering of the coxswains. Their goal is to try and stay exactly in the center of the race, or in the center of the lane. Their lanes again are about 16 meters wide. So they do their best to do that. It's not always easy, again, with the wind, with the conditions, and with the variability in the rowers missing a stroke sometimes. The boat can kind of steer around on them, so they have to be on the rudder a little bit more than they want to be. But they definitely want to try and steer the straightest course possible right down the center of their lane. That is always the goal. In the third 500 right now, and I will say the same thing basically the rest of the day. This is when the taxman comes. So everything, all of that early work that you put in, especially with the high sprint at the start, the entire race is basically a sprint. You put yourself into some oxygen debt, and that is the debt that they are paying right now. So Central Florida opening up about a 3/4 of a length lead, open water over Liberty. Still looking strong. Everybody's sitting up. You can see the rowers are probably layered a little bit more today just because it's chilly. This is the C final, so the third level final for this event, the men's varsity 4. The A and the B finals will be later in the morning. Should be getting into the last 500 now. Liberty a little too far to the side of their lane. The coxswain may make a decision, though, to not change it and try and steer the straightest course. But it looks like since their oars were actually in the other boat's lane, they will probably try and move back to the center. So start to see some red buoys here. The red buoys mark the last 250 meters of the course. So the buoys will change colors, and then the rowers know that they are very close to the end of the race. At this point, they're all just hanging on and trying to empty their tanks to get to the finish line. There's a view of LSU in lane 6. You can see the fatigue. This is a hard sport. If you haven't done it, you barely get to see those nuanced differences. But if you really look, and you can see all those guys are very tired right now. All of the work that everybody puts in from August to the middle of May or June, depending on when people's racing season starts, all of that base they have to build to succeed in racing in late spring. So we're in the red buoys now with Central Florida. And there's Central Florida across the finish line first, the winner of the C final. So this event, this final will set the 13th through the 20th places or 18th places. I can't do math this morning. Not enough caffeine. I apologize for that. Liberty in second. LSU takes third. High Point fourth. And NC State will cross the line in fifth place. Now NC State crosses the line. So there you have it. Central Florida, Liberty, LSU, and High Point ahead of NC State for the men's varsity 4C final. The next event is the men's varsity 8C final. That should be already underway. The officials were running everything pretty much on time yesterday. In fact, even a minute ahead in some cases. But those are your unofficial finish times. The race will be official after the referees close the opportunity to protest for the race. That looked like a clean race. I don't anticipate that there will be any protests. The crews do have a chance, though, if they don't feel they got a fair shot at winning the race, they have a chance to protest the race, and that can affect the outcome. So the men's varsity 8C final is on the course. They're already about at the 500-meter mark, so they're well into the race. In this one, we have Clemson in lane 1. This will be reading from right to left. Virginia Tech in lane 2, Georgia Tech in lane 3, Texas in lane 4, Central Florida in lane 5, and Georgia in lane 6. Try and run through the lineups quickly. But right now it looks like Virginia Tech is in the lead, just a little bit over Texas in lane 4. So Virginia Tech in lane 2, certainly being challenged there by Clemson. I think Clemson has a shot at getting ahead there over Virginia Tech. They're neck and neck, and Texas might even actually be out in the lead a little bit now. Hard to see from this perspective. Let's run through these lineups from bow to stern in each boat. Clemson in lane 1, Andrew McCallahan, Matthew Kaslik, Reeves Honeycutt, Christian Schaefer, Sam Gossett, Seth Early, Matthew Monahan, Carson Davis, coxed by Grayson Lewis. Virginia Tech from bow to stern, Chad Noes, Matthew Bosco, Kemper Brown, Jacob McDonald, John Brent, Anthony Wertel, Joshua Dunn, and Nicholas Goggins, coxed by Annika Rao. Georgia Tech, Shreyas Upaladaya, Samuel Heffen, Ryan Giametti, Andrew Sherburne, Catholic Christian, Mason Mihalis, Ben Kuzalewski, and John Karnosh, coxed by Lauren Sabo. Quick look here, lane 4 is in the lead, Texas, with second place right now being Virginia Tech, just ahead of Clemson and Georgia Tech. Clemson and Georgia Tech are giving Virginia Tech a good run there. There's a picture of your leaders, Texas. Let's get to Texas's lineup. Nathan Spencer, Nuranhan Smarathanan, John Chaney, Gavin Klingham, Pedro Kaluski Clury, Thomas Fisher, Mason Nothaft, Simon Bebak, coxed by Austin Kyanon, Central Florida, Matthew Terrence Dowd, Jared Olitsky, Ian Ballard, James Murphy, David Silva, Thomas Eastwood, Trey Finley, and Jesse Simpson, coxed by Zachary Roberts, and Georgia, Wyatt Maher, Ryan Smith, Leighton Weirlin, Jack Sandlin, Jacob Yeager, Reed Trenz, Ethan Jacobs, and Joseph Fiegel, coxed by Alyssa Valermova. Good racing going on between lane 2 and lane 3. Lane 1 starting to drop off. That's Clemson. Virginia Tech and Georgia Tech are duking it out for second place, though. This is the C final once again. So this will set places 13 through 18 for this event. Texas out to a pretty strong lead, though, but still in contact with the other two boats. Virginia Tech moving back on Georgia Tech a little bit. Let's see if we can get some stroke rates. 35 strokes a minute for Virginia Tech. My watch is correct. Texas is at a 39, but I don't believe that. Oh, we are in the red buoys. That is entirely possible. I spent a lot of time reading all those names. The race is almost over. So we're in the red buoys here. The last 250 meters of the race. Texas, pretty commanding lead now. It'll be, unless something happens, it'll be difficult for them to not win this one. Georgia Tech has a pretty convincing lead over Virginia Tech, but Virginia Tech is moving again. So that'll be a good race between those two boats. And at the finish, it's Texas in first, Georgia Tech edging out Virginia Tech by about half a length, followed by Clemson and Central Florida and Georgia. That was a great race for those boats. Once again, that was the C final of the men's varsity 8. So the unofficial finish order: Texas, Georgia Tech, Virginia Tech, Clemson, Central Florida, and Georgia. The next event is the men's single B final. That's event number 55. It was scheduled to go off at 8:22. It looks like they started early. It looks like lane 3. That would be lane 4. I apologize. Tennessee, Joshua Lefkoff is in the lead over Ethan Benz from Emory in lane 2. And then lane 1, 4, or lane 1, 5, and 6, lane 1 is empty. Or lane 1 is empty. My screen froze there for a minute. So that would be lane 2, 5, and 6. Andrew Bobbitt from Wichita State in lane 2. That's the boat at the top of the screen. He's in third place. Jack Hansel from Wash U is in fourth place. And Callista Crawford is from Auburn in lane 6, is in fifth. There you can see lane 1 is empty. Good view of our leader, Joshua Lefkoff from Tennessee. Has some open water over Ethan Benz. So University of Tennessee right now, your leader over Emory, followed by Wash U, Wichita State, and Auburn. So for the singles, this will end up being about an 8 or 9 minute race probably. Notice that they don't have any coxswain here. They have to do all of the steering themselves. But once again, having a well buoyed course like this, they just have to keep the boat in the center of the lane. Those red buoys right there mark the 500s, so that should be putting us right at about the 1,000-meter mark. That should have been the 500-meter mark. Yeah, that's the 500-meter mark. I apologize for that. The college members of the Southern Intercollegiate Rowing Association are Clemson, Duke, Embry-Riddle, Florida Institute of Technology, Georgia Tech, Jacksonville, Marietta College, Murray State, Northwestern State University, Purdue, Rollins, Tulane, University of Florida, University of Georgia, University of North Carolina, University of Tennessee, University of Texas, University of Virginia, Vanderbilt, and Washington University of St. Louis. So any of the boats that are here, or any of the teams that are here that are not part of the SIRA are here as guests, but the SIRA certainly welcomes guests. As our leader, University of Tennessee in lane 4. Slight open water lead over Emory. Singles rowing is not necessarily a high priority for most of the universities, just as a matter of efficiency. It's much easier to coach more people in larger boats. So the primary, for the large program, certainly the primary boats are the 8s. The next priority boat would probably be the 4s, and then the small boats like the pairs and the singles and the quads are events that are not necessarily the top rowers of the program, but there are cases for very small programs where the top rowers do go into these small boats. So this is sculling and not sweeping. With sculling, there are 2 oars per rower. The sculling events in this race are the single, the double with 2 rowers, and then the quad. The quad is a new event this year for both the men and the women, and it's a non-championship event this year. So there will be no championship associated with the quad wins. I'm not clear on whether or not they get points toward the men's or women's point trophies. That's something we can probably find out for later. So there's a picture of lane 2 and lane 5. That would be Wichita State and Wash U. From another efficiency standpoint, as a coach, it's much harder to coach a lot of people in singles or small boats than it is to take out, 4/8s. You can take out 36 people at a time. So that's 8 rowers in each boat and a coxswain. I regularly did that. It's great fun to have a lot of boats. It's not a lot of fun, especially when a coach's concern is going to be the safety of their rowers. To have even more than probably 3 singles or 3 small boats out at a time, especially when they don't have a coxswain steering the boat for them. On some rivers, it's almost completely unmanageable. Certainly on the Mississippi, I would not want to have a lot of small boats out. There's a nice view down the course. The 500-meter mark is coming up. Tennessee still very much in the lead of this B final for the men's single. Next up will be the A final. That will be pretty well underway. The scheduled start time for the A final is right now, but we're into the red buoys for Tennessee. Their leader, Ethan Benz. There's the start of the A final. And we'll catch Tennessee crossing the line first in the B final. There you go. The winner of the B final, Ethan Benz from the University of Tennessee. Joshua Lefkoff, I'm sorry. Joshua Lefkoff from the University of Tennessee. And Ethan Benz from Emory will be in second place. Followed by Andrew Bobbitt from Wichita. Making his big push to the finish. and Jack Hansel from Wash U coming across in fourth. And our fifth place boat will be Callista Crawford from Auburn. So there's your unofficial finish order. Tennessee, Emory, Wichita State, Wash U, and Auburn. Pretty quickly, we'll head back upstream to the already underway A final for this. This is the grand final, so this will set the top 6 places for the event. And right now, it looks like High Point is in the lead in lane 3, followed by Virginia and Auburn. So here's a case I was mentioning before where the smaller programs may put priority on the small boats because it's harder for them to field large teams. Although High Point does have um, a very good presence in the 8s and the 4s. So I wouldn't exactly call them a small program, but they certainly have a good scholar here who's well ahead of the field. Let's run through the lineups very quickly. In lane 1 from William and Mary, nope, I apologize, Northwestern State, Stephen Juneau. In lane 2 from Liberty, John Bailey. In lane 3 from High Point, Ethan Penny. Lane 4 from Stetson, Gary Rott. In lane 5 from Sewanee, Benjamin Pollock. And in lane 6 from William and Mary, Nathaniel Ward. Ethan Penny in control of this race, however. Stetson's Gary Rott in second. There we are crossing the 1,000-meter mark. About a length and a half open water right now, lead for High Point. Nice view as the rest of the boats cross the 1,000. So we're in that third 500 now. Very strong rowing here by Ethan Penny from High Point. Strong and steady wins the race. He's looking good. Stetson's Gary Rott trying to move his way back on the High Point. Ethan Penny. I think Ethan's still well in control of this. It'll be hard for Stetson to close up that much distance, even with about 700 meters to go in the race. It's possible, though. I've seen these things happen. We all have. So now we're into the last 500 for the leader. That looked like Benjamin Pollock from Sewanee. But here's our leader, High Point University, Ethan Penny. Opening up more distance now on the second place boat, Stetson. Sewanee still solidly in third place, followed by Liberty. And into the red buoys for the leader. And second place, Stetson. And there you have High Point University winning the men's single. A final unofficial winner, Ethan Penny. And second place will be Stetson. Third place, I believe, is Sewanee. That could be William and Mary. No, it is Sewanee. So Benjamin Pollock from Sewanee in third. So there's your gold, silver, and bronze medalists from the men's single. There's Stephen Juneau from Northwestern State University, Northwestern State being in Natchitoches, Louisiana. John Bailey from Liberty coming in fourth. Stephen Juneau from Northwestern State in fifth. And Nathaniel Ward from William and Mary will bring in sixth. So that finishes up the men's single A final. Your gold medalist again, High Point University. Silver medalist Stetson. Bronze medalist Sewanee. Those are unofficial until the protest periods are closed. But for now, that looked like a fair race. That's probably your gold, silver, and bronze medalists. Now we'll move to the women's double B final. So in this case, it's two rowers with two oars each. So it's a double scull. The leader right now is North Georgia, followed by Wash U and University of Georgia. Let's get through the lineups here very quickly. All right, again, through the lineups from University of Georgia in lane 3, Abigail Davis and Emmy McClimsky. From North Georgia in lane 4, Audra Leonard and Peyton Tharp. And in lane 5 from Wash U, Eileen Yang, Violet DeLuca. Our leaders from North Georgia here with about a half a length lead over Wash U. Maybe not quite half a length. It looks more like a deck, and Wash U is making a big move here. North Georgia rowing at 32.5. And Wash U at a 33.5. So there you see it's almost a dead heat as they cross the 1,000-meter mark. But now Wash U starting to make a move and take about a quarter of a deck. And North Georgia pushing back. Great race between the ladies here from North Georgia and Wash U. See them trading moves. Wash U now opened up to about half a length lead over the North Georgia boat. Once again, this is the B final for the women's double. Now Wash U taking a little bit more distance with every stroke. North Georgia not letting go, however. Nice tight blade work from the Wash U crew. And they've now got a little bit of open water on North Georgia. North Georgia is starting to flag a little bit. This is that third 500. Sometimes you'll hear rowers talk about going to the pain cave. This is where the pain cave starts. That's not a very good way to sell the sport to people. Oh, you have to go row in the pain cave. What? That's not a very good idea. Serious fatigue setting in now. Wash U really opening up more distance. North Georgia put on a heck of a move there for a while. I'm not sure they're going to be able to come back from this now. Wash U is looking too strong. Over in lane one, University of Georgia still hanging on. You can see the start of the red buoys coming up for Wash U. Red buoys again signify the last 250 meters of the stroke. We're not quite the race. We're not quite there. I apologize to all the listeners for this morning for the serious nonsense that appears to be coming out of my noggin. It's fueled by caffeine and sausage biscuit, so I can't take any of the blame for any of this. Now we're into the red buoys with our leaders from Wash U. Last 250 meters. Wash U with a commanding lead now. Almost 2 lengths open water. Things can still happen in these last 250 meters. Even in elite world championship races, rowers have caught buoy lines with their oars in the sculling boats and had their boat come to a dead stop and turn sideways in their lane. So not saying that that's certainly going to happen here. It looks like Wash U will be able to cruise to the win for the B final. And that will put them in 7th place for the event. And there you have it. Wash U, the winner of the B final, unofficially. Followed by North Georgia. And University of Georgia. So your winners of the B final are Eileen Yang and Violet DeLuca from Washington University in St. Louis. Here comes our third place boat from Georgia. And there you have it. So that is the completion of the B final for the women's double. The next event is the A final for the women's double in lane 1. We've got Texas, lane 2, Northwestern State, lane 3, University of Tampa, lane 4, Texas Christian, lane 5, Vanderbilt, lane 6, Clemson. And it looks like our winner with a commanding, or our leader with a commanding lead is the University of Tampa. Lily Catherine Friedel and Kaylee Antons. They have left the rest of the field far behind. Right now in second place is lane 5 from Vanderbilt, and lane 6 Clemson in third. Northwestern State in fifth. Texas in sixth. So let's run through our lineups very quickly. In lane 1, Texas from Bow, Evelyn Sheehan and Ava Wang. From Northwestern State in lane 2, this will be reading from left to right as we look at this perspective. Northwestern State in lane 2, Jessica Parra and Alondra Torres. University of Tampa in lane 3 are leaders, Lily Catherine Friedel and Kaylee Ammons. Lane 4, Texas Christian, Sovereign Bourgeois and Tiffany McHenry. Lane 5 from Vanderbilt, Michaela Gonzalez Mora and Cindy Ho. And in lane 6 from Clemson, Landry Langlace and Ellie Hollis. I believe that's the crew from University of Tampa, our present leaders. Being very strong. You can see the bow person looking over their shoulder to see if there's anything behind them. A very commanding lead by the University of Tampa in lane 3. In an event like this, it's possible that University of Tampa's rowers there are experienced scullers. There may be in the other boats some people who have been sweep oarsmen or oarswomen all year. And here we want you to row the double this week. In the case where you have experienced scullers, it'd be very easy for them to have an advantage over the sweep oars people that have converted to sculling. So we've just crossed the 1,000-meter mark. Tampa crossed the 1,000-meter mark quite a bit ago. Tampa is well in command of this. The rest of the field, Vanderbilt is in second place. Clemson in third, followed very quickly behind by Northwestern State, then Texas Christian and Texas over in lane 1, so at the top of the screen. So there are your third through sixth place boats for the A final. This is the final that will set the gold medalist, silver medalist, and bronze medalist for the event. This is a championship event. Strong move being made over there in lane 1 by Texas. This is a very tight race between these 4 boats. They're all well in contention for the bronze medal. Certainly, University of Tampa, I think, has a pretty good shot at this point for winning the gold, unless something terrible happens. And Texas Christian's in second. I apologize for that. That is not Texas Christian. That was Vanderbilt. Vanderbilt's in second. So if they can all hang on to this, Tampa will be the gold medalist, and Vanderbilt the silver medalist. The fight is now for the bronze medal, although Texas may be making a move on Vanderbilt over there in lane 1 on the left-hand side of the screen. Texas making a strong move as they cross the 1,500-meter mark. So the red buoy and the big yellow one there are the 1,500. Texas closing up the gap between them and Vanderbilt. They've closed up what was open water now. They're almost in contact. They have 500 meters to go, so probably about 60, 65 strokes left. If they're going to go, they're going to have to go. However, Vanderbilt does have a pretty commanding lead. They just have to hang on to it. There's the University of Tampa ladies into the red buoys. A quick look over the shoulder by bow. Looking for the finish line probably at this point. If you watched any of the coverage yesterday, we talked about the fact that the coaches don't like the rowers looking outside the boat. In this case, for the small boats that are uncoxed, you have to have the bow person knowing what's going on ahead of them, and that is a safety issue. Although at this point, I think the ladies would like the race to be over so they can take a break. And your winners unofficially, University of Tampa. Lily Catherine Friedel and Kaylee Antons. It looks like Vanderbilt was able to hold off the charge by Texas. That may not be true. Texas is out of the, a little bit of a misstroke there by Vandy. Texas may have gotten ahead of them. Tough perspective here from this. This is the finish line tower that can pan, tilt, zoom. Looks like Texas did get them. So Texas will win the silver medal, followed by Vanderbilt, then Texas Christian. Northwestern State. So your unofficial gold medalists are Lily Catherine Friedel and Kaylee Antons from University of Tampa, followed by Texas, and the silver medalists, Evelyn Sheehan and Ava Wang, and the bronze medalists from Vanderbilt, Michaela Gonzalez Mora and Cindy Ho. All right, this is where we had one of the changes in the schedule, event number 59. We had a scratch in that race. It was scheduled to start at 8:50, and lane 3 scratch, so they moved lane 4 Murray State into the grand final, or the A final, event 60, which is scheduled to start in 3 minutes at 8:57. Weather's starting to warm up a little bit. The wind has died down some. You can see we've got good flat water here, great conditions for racing. I'd like to acknowledge the board members of the Southern Intercollegiate Rowing Association. Casey Baker is president, Sean Pister, vice president, Bob Jogstetter as secretary. Bob wasn't able to be here for this race. He had some family emergency he had to deal with, and we hope everything's going okay for Bob there. Sometimes, we like to think that the world revolves around rowing, but, family and health things are more important. So we wish Bob all the best. We miss him this year. We hope everything works out and that he's back with us next year. Dave Kusick, Pat Sweeney, and John Miller on the eligibility committee. Gregory Kaleka, the chief financial officer, and Jesse McClure, the chief operating officer. All right, it looks like we're about ready to go here for the men's double A final. We have a 7-boat race from left to right. Lane 1, William and Mary. Lane 2, FIT. Lane 3, North Carolina State. Lane 4, Virginia. Lane 5, Auburn. And in lane 6, Purdue. And lane 7, Murray State. Race is due to start any minute. I'll just be quiet and we'll watch the start of the race. When you see all the oars snap up and be parallel, they'll be pointing toward the bow a little bit. That will be when they've called the race ready to start. And it looks like we're just about there. Looks like they're ready. Everybody's got their point. And they're off. NC State trying to hammer out an early lead here. They're in lane 3. Again, the lanes are numbered in this perspective from left to right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Virginia in lane 5 and William and Mary in lane 1, holding on to NC State, but NC State is trying to break open an early lead here. Got good time to get through the lineups for these boats, so we'll just watch a little bit of racing and the dynamic nature, especially of the first 500 meters. NC State still out with a lead, but Virginia and William and Mary still in contact. This is anybody's race from their perspective, and the lane 2 boat and the lane 4 boat are also into the race. Tough to see from this perspective whether lane 6 and 7 are players right now, but 2 and 4 are definitely in this. That's FIT and Virginia. NC State looking very strong, however, as we get a good view of them. That's Parker Dunn and Stephen McGinnis. Look like fairly experienced scullers. They're doing very well. As we open it back out, you can see in the bottom left corner of your screen, FIT. That's Akos Hayegos and Anat Kachiki. On the lower right portion of your screen, that is Virginia, William Bolin, and Timothy Darpino. On the left-hand side of your screen in lane 1, that's William and Mary, Gabriel Black-Planas, and Alexander Duval. On the right side of your screen, that is Auburn, Ben Urch, and Jordan Lewis. So lane 6 and lane 7, Purdue and Murray State are well behind the rest of the field. So there's Purdue in lane 6 with Joseph Pierzakowski and Dalton Whitehead. And in lane 7, that's Jake Jansen and Joseph Russell. They're from Murray State. NC State still well out in front of the rest of the field here. They are getting a bit of a challenge though from Auburn and FIT. Coming up on the 1,000-meter mark, NC State with a slight open water lead over FIT, and Virginia moving up. Looks like Virginia just took a move and caught FIT. William and Mary hanging in there, as well as Auburn. And there's a Purdue boat again. Great race going on between Virginia and FIT here, but both these boats are still in the running. This is your present top three boats. So gold, silver, and bronze medal on the lines for these crews. Both these boats are in contact with the leader. They could still overtake the leader. Make some big moves here in the last 1,000 meters. Virginia looks like they are trying to make that move. FIT will go with them. And it looks like they just crossed the 1250. That would be halfway through the third 500. NC State opening up a little more space again. They were able to hold off that move from Virginia and FIT. FIT now with about a half a length lead over Virginia with about a half a length lead over FIT. Should be coming up on the 500 meter or the last 500, the 1,500 meter mark. The athletes should be able to hear. There's your last 500, your 1,500 meters. Athletes should be well able to hear all of the crowds cheering for them on the shore. NC State still in a commanding lead with Virginia holding on to a strong second and FIT in third. Well separated from the rest of the field. So that looks like that will be your top three finishers if they can make it through the last 500 without mishap. Virginia pressing in on NC State again. NC State resisting the move. Virginia pressing again into the last 250. The red buoys. Great race going on here for the A final of the men's double. Virginia still holding on to second. I don't think FIT is going to be able to make that move on them. NC State into their sprint. Stroke rates come up. Virginia also sprinting with a higher stroke rate. So if everything holds here, looks like the winners will be Parker Dunn and Stephen McGinnis from NC State, followed by William Bolin and Timothy Darpino. And there you have it, unofficially winners, NC State and Virginia in second, and they'll be followed by FIT, who have fallen off quite a bit. Oh, they had a crab. They had a big crab, and they just got passed by William and Mary. Oh, and then William and Mary had a crab. I think we're going to have a protest over this one. That's a bit of a ruckus. So Auburn is unofficially in third place, but there was certainly some interference there from FIT in lane one's lane. An actual collision. This is what we talk about this being a dynamic sport and things can happen. Hopefully nobody's hurt. The officials will come over and check things out. You can see the Murray State crew crossing and wondering what's going on over on the other side of the course. All right, well, that was an exciting one. Hopefully none of those guys are hurt. We'll find out what happened and we'll let you know as soon as we know. The women's pair, so this would be one order per person. This is the A final of the women's pair. Right now, it looks like your leader is from University of Tampa. University of Tampa looks to be in the lead, followed by Clemson very closely. Those boats need to watch out there, or they're going to be interfering with each other, similar to what we had happening in the previous race. So both these boats are riding the lane line between them. This might be another opportunity for a protest, but I won't necessarily make that speculation. It's hard to protest somebody else coming into your lane if you're also going into their lane. But this is the challenges of for the small boats with no coxswains, because the two people have to steer, and these boats generally have a rudder on and connected to the toe of one of the rowers, and that's how they steer. There's cables running from the toe to the rudder in the back of the boat. So there's University of Tampa and Clemson, both your leaders. Let's go ahead and go through the lineups for this race. In the lane one, Purdue with Michaela Melandra and Helena Leshnever. In lane two, from Florida State, Alaya Ohayan and Carolyn Alice. In lane three, from University of Tampa, Emily Calarco and Ann Bueller. In lane four, from Clemson, Gianna DeLuca and Abigail Moore. In lane five, from Murray State, Eve Sexton and Riley Lovell. So there's your present leaders at the 1,000-meter mark, University of Tampa. The very commanding lead over lane four, Clemson. And it looks like lane five is in fifth place. That's Murray State. There's University of Tampa, a good view of the ladies from UT. Tampa out to a commanding lead now, several lengths open water over Clemson, second place. This is the A final, so this will be for the medals, gold, silver, and bronze. The top 5 places for this event. And it looks like our third place boat presently is Florida State, followed closely by Murray State. And that would have Purdue then in fifth place over in lane one. Good view of the Clemson ladies. This regatta is a pretty good mix of varsity teams and club teams. Varsity teams being those with scholarships that are funded by the athletic departments, and the club teams that are funded by the athletes. Ladies we're looking at right now from Clemson are the club. There's also a Clemson varsity team, but they are not at this race. Um, so if you talk about the differences between club racing and varsity racing, even though they get to participate in the same races at times, this is one of them. Um, the varsity athletes will have some portion of their tuition covered, probably get some expenses for books. The club athletes pay all their own expenses. So you look at what the club athletes do, and I coached at a club and I rode at a club. Uh, I also have both of my kids rode at a club. The club athletes pay anywhere probably between $2,000 and $5,000 a year to row, whereas the at least some of the expenses, sometimes all of the expenses for the varsity athletes are covered. The University of Tampa has a very convincing lead here. Unless something happens, which as we saw in the previous race, things can happen in the last 250 meters. Tampa should be able to cruise to the finish line for this one and cinch the gold medal. I think Clemson's still uh, commandingly in second place. We'll see how the rest of the field pans out. So Tampa's into the red buoys. And Clemson now in the red buoys. So we should be in the last 250 meters here. So the Clemson should get the silver medal. Tampa, they can hold on here. They're looking very tired, pretty rough. They should hold on to get the gold. And there they go. There's your unofficial winner, University of Tampa, Emily Calarco and Ann Bueller. And we should see Clemson here coming into view. Gianna DeLuca and Abigail Moore from Clemson. They're your unofficial silver medalists, followed by Florida State's Aliyah Ohanen and Carolyn Alice, followed by Murray State in lane 5. And the ladies from Purdue in 5th. Looks like the men's pair B final is on the water. And we see Purdue crossing the finish line. So your unofficial gold medalist are University of Tampa. Clemson is the silver medalist, and Florida State as the bronze medalist for the women's pair A final. So back up the course to the men and the B final for the men's pair. Current leaders right now from Rollins, David Soto and Camilo Lopez Morton. Second place, Murray State, Aaron Ring and Blaine Barish. Rollins out to a very commanding lead here. Time-wise, we should be pretty close to the 1,000-meter mark. That was a good guess by me. There you have Rollins crossing the 1,000. So we're in the last half of the race for Rollins. See some of the steering issues for the men here from Rollins, and it's not unique to Rollins, but it is tough to steer a pair if you haven't spent much time in a pair. If one of the rowers happens to slightly miss a stroke, that can affect the point of the boat, so you have to correct that. If you can row a pair well, you can get into any other sweep boat and row it well. The pair is the one boat where it is going to point out every technical issue that you have. In fact, if a program has a lot of pairs and they can do a lot of training time for the rowers in their eights in pairs, it'll make them much better rowers in the eights. A lot of bigger programs spend a lot of time in the small boats with their rowers, just for that very reason. Rollins is a pretty sizable program, so this is probably some men from their what would be their second varsity eight or their third varsity eight. For the smaller schools, the pair may be the top rowers, but for the larger programs, and Rollins is a pretty large program. These are the guys who did not make the varsity eight or the varsity four. It depends on how the coaches prioritize the boats, but generally for most of the programs, the varsity eight is going to be the priority boat. So there we have the men from Murray State. Rollins in a commanding lead for the B final. This will be setting the 7th and 8th place for the event. The A final is to follow. So here we are into the red buoys now for Rollins. Murray State just about to hit the red buoy, so we're in the last 250 meters. Rollins still with a commanding lead. Once again, as we saw in the doubles race, the men's final, A final for the doubles, anything can happen even in these last 250 meters. But barring anything drastic happening, it looks like Rollins will cruise to the win for the B final, putting them in 7th place for the event. And Murray State into the red buoys. Here goes Rollins as the winner of the B final. David Soto and Camilo Lopez Morton from Rollins, the winners of the B final, followed by Aaron Ring and Blaine Barshich from Murray State. Next up will be the A final for the men's pair. That should be underway. Scheduled start was 9:18. And the officials have been running this on time or even a little bit ahead of schedule. You see the officials launch there. They were making an announcement to the finish tower what the winning time was for the race. All right, so now for the A final. In lane 1, this is reading from left to right on the screen. We have Liberty, lane 2 Texas, lane 3 Stetson, lane 4 Mercyhurst, lane 5 Jacksonville, lane 6 Clemson. And it looks like Stetson out to a commanding lead here. Stetson's got a very strong program this year, followed by lane 4, which is Mercyhurst, and then lanes 2 and lane 5, Texas and Jacksonville respectively, are fighting it out for third. So this is for the medals for this race. Let's go ahead and run through the lineups quickly. From Liberty in lane 1, we have Kyle Meeker and Jacob Hazel. In lane 2 from Texas, Caleb Pencharinha and Pierce Bolden. In lane 3 from Stetson, Ethan Hogan and Chris Furton. Lane 4, Mercyhurst, Anthony DePinto and Cole Bardachewski. And lane 5, Jacksonville, Ethan Simpson and Dominic DeOloya. Lane 6 from Clemson, Ryan Karsten and Christian Rentz. Stetson, very commanding lead here, several lengths open water over second place Mercyhurst. Looks like Texas has edged themselves into solidly third place now for the bronze medal, if they can hold on to it, followed by Jacksonville, Clemson, and Liberty. Stetson looking very strong, however. They're on the far right edge of your screen. And Mercyhurst then center screen. And Texas was up on the top there. .000-meter mark. Well, that's a 1,500-meter mark. Stetson opening up even more of a lead now, probably 3 or 4 lengths open water. Mercyhurst solidly in second place. Texas solidly in third. Jacksonville in fourth. You can hear the cheers of the crowd from the banks. Some more differences between the club sports programs and the varsity programs. Both of the programs, they are student athletes. The varsity programs tend to get a bit of help from the athletic department dealing with school issues. If the teams have to race on a Friday, say, the athletic department will send a letter to the professors and make sure that the students are excused from class for that day. For the club sports programs, that's a little bit tougher. They don't have an athletic department to write those letters, or assistant athletic director or a compliance officer checking in, making sure that the faculty will work with the students, and they often have to broker those deals on their own. So that can make things tougher on the club sports athletes, but they are here to go to school, and let's not forget that none of these athletes are getting the NIL money or anything else. So there you have your winners, your gold medalists unofficially. Stetson in lane 3, followed by Mercyhurst in lane 4 for the silver medal. And Texas for the bronze in lane 2, followed by Jacksonville in lane 5 for 4th place. And coming into screen soon should be Clemson and Liberty. There's Clemson. Clemson will take 5th, and Liberty finishing up in 6th. So there's your top 6 places for the A final of the men's pair. Stetson, Mercyhurst, Texas are the gold, silver, and bronze medalists. Jacksonville, Clemson, and Liberty bringing in 4th, 5th, and 6th place. Next race is the men's quad, which is 4 rowers and 8 oars, so 2 oars per rower or 2 sculls per rower. This is the first year for the men's quad and the women's quad. They are not championship races for this year. It'll be up to the SIRA board whether they're added as championship races for next year. So in the men's quad, from right to left from this perspective, lane 2 is Texas, lane 3 is Vanderbilt, lane 4 is Virginia, lane 5 is Purdue, and lane 6 is Georgia. Like Virginia might be ahead in this one. Nope, I take that back. It looks like Vanderbilt is ahead in this, with Virginia in 2nd, possibly Texas in 3rd. Nope, that could be Purdue in 3rd. And Virginia might be easing out a lead on Vanderbilt. I think this may not be the first year. I recall hearing that Virginia may have won this event last year, but still not a championship race. Purdue having some trouble staying in their lane. But it also looks like Georgia was having trouble staying in their lane. So good bit of lane crossing. There's no coxswain in these boats again. So the steering is usually done by the bow person, sometimes by 2. Again, you want to try and keep your boats in the center of your lane as you go. You don't want to do that extra distance. A straight line is the shortest distance between 2 points. A smooth sine curve is not. You may end up rowing 2,000 meters in distance long before anybody else, but you haven't rowed the 2,000 meters that you needed to win the race. Let's go ahead and go through the lineups in this race. In Texas's boat in lane 2 from bow, Harshith Minjunath, Jarukit Ketchoy, Mushi Yu, and Jim Garcia. In lane 3 from Vanderbilt, Sydney Amsalem, Joseph Gilligan, Henry Wang, and Ryan Sullivan. In lane 4 from Virginia, Jeff Young, Jack Moeller, Matt Weitzel, and Andrew Anderson. In lane 5 from Purdue, Logan Bush, Sean Carell, James Stonebridge, and Rajith Babusankar. In lane 6 from Georgia, from bow, Grant Shubin, Andrew Mayette, Matthew Drain, and Nathaniel Keller. Looks like Virginia has moved away from Vanderbilt now. Looking pretty strong there. They've got some open water on Vanderbilt. Vanderbilt's in 2nd. .500 meters to go, crossing the 1,500 there. Virginia strong, very solidly in 1st place and opening up distance on Vanderbilt. Vandy, though, I believe, solidly in 2nd place ahead of Purdue, who was in 3rd from the last we looked. There you can see, you can just barely see the tail wake from Virginia's boat. Vanderbilt with some solid rowing there, good blade work. Trying to move back on Virginia. Virginia, pretty commanding lead at this point. This is not a championship race. I am not clear on whether there will be gold and silver medals and bronze medals given out for this. There probably will be, but not being a championship race, I don't believe there's a trophy for the first place winner. And I don't know if the points count. So you have Virginia crossing the line first as the winner of the men's quad, followed by Vanderbilt. I don't know if there will be points toward the team points trophies, the women's team, men's team, and overall team points. And there's Purdue in third. Virginia rowers congratulating each other. That was a good race and a good move they put in on Vanderbilt there. And Georgia crossing line. And we'll hopefully see Texas here soon. There's your Texas quad. And now Texas finishes. So that is the unofficial finish order. Virginia, Vanderbilt, Purdue, Georgia, and Texas for the men's quad final. Next race on the water is the women's novice 4 Club B final, 6-boat race. Looks like they haven't left the starting dock yet. From top to bottom, so that would be sort of from right to left. Lane 1, Sewanee. Lane 2, Virginia Tech. Lane 3, Texas Christian. Lane 4, Emory. Lane 5, Baylor. And lane 6, High Point. So at the leftmost part of the starting dock there. So they are a little bit behind. We must have had some trouble getting the boats into the starting dock. Got a little bit of time, so let's go ahead and go through our lineups. Oh, no, they're off. Like lane 3 is now encroaching on lane 4, but lane 4 was also encroaching on lane 5. Coxswains are trying to bring it back to the center of their lanes. And lane 5, we have Baylor pushing out to a lead, followed by Texas Christian in lane 3 and Emory in lane 4. So lane 1 again is on the top of the screen in the white boat. Let's go ahead and run through the lineups from Sewanee in lane 1. From bow to stern, Julia Becker, Elizabeth Jefferson, Ann Jefferson, and Lily Hawkins. Cox by Sarah Arango Rojas. Virginia Tech in lane 2, Madeline Morris, Olivia So, Emily Dorsey, and Georgia Fegley. Coxed by Annika Rao. Lane 3, Texas Christian, Ella Abadi, Catherine White, Anna Chapman, Erica Martinez, coxed by Megan DeMattia. Emery, lane 4, right now in 3rd place. Catherine Passanisi, Cambrai Brewster, Liao Wang, and Colette Hyde. Your present barely leaders from Baylor in lane 5. I'm sorry, the Emery boat was coxed by Esther Fu. Baylor in lane 5, Claire Baker, Emily Jones, Evelyn Hilsman, Alexander Burns, coxed by William Rumscheit. And High Point in lane 6. From Bow, Liana Conti, Caroline Marchis, Sierra Armstrong, and Price Rinker, coxed by Aiden Dietrich. So from the looks of it, Texas Christian has edged out a little bit of lead here in the B final over the former leader Baylor. Second place is a tight race between Baylor in lane 5, that's at the bottom of the screen, Virginia Tech in lane 2, and Emory in lane 4. This is some good racing going on. The wind looks like it's picking up a little bit. The tent flaps here are blowing around quite a bit. Looks like the water's still fairly calm, but it is chopping up just a little. Texas Christian still holding on to about a half-length lead over the rest of the field. But Virginia Tech, Emory, and Baylor are right there. All the boats are in contact. This is a good tight race for the women's novice 4 B final. And this is the club level, not the open level. The open will happen after the A final for this race. So there's a mix of in the open events. There's a mix of club teams and varsity teams, but the club should all be club teams. Texas Christian still holding on to about a half-length lead on the rest of the field, but it is a tight race for second and third and fourth between Emory, Baylor, and Virginia Tech. Right now, it looks like Virginia Tech may have a slight edge over Emory and Baylor. Crossing through the 1,000-meter mark, there you see Texas Christian with about a 3/4 of a length lead. And Baylor, it looks like, has about a half a deck lead over the other two boats in lane 2 and lane 4, Virginia Tech and Emory. Texas Christian opening it up just a little bit more. Here's that last 1,000 meters, that third 500. And it looks like Emory has traded places with Baylor to come out into second place. Very tight race here. Good racing. What the spring racing is all about again. I keep saying that, and that's true though. So you can see these are boats with coxswains. The coxswains are all riding in the bows of their boats. They've got their lazy boys, some donuts, maybe some coffee. I say that as a former rower, not a coxswain. If the coxswains could find me, they would probably come and beat me up. Texas Christian pushing out just a little bit farther, but Virginia Tech, Emory, and Baylor still in a barn burner of a race for second place in the B final of the women's novice 4. Emory slight lead over the other two boats. It looks like almost a dead heat though between Virginia Tech and Baylor for third and fourth. Emory still in contact with Texas Christian. Texas Christian is starting to flag a little bit. Emory's trying to make a move. We're into the pain cave. Texas Christian's going to have to hold on. You know, did they spend too much in the beginning of the race to try and get a lead? And then their tanks are empty when they need it for the last 500 meters, which we're just crossing into right now. Crossing the 1500. Emory's starting to edge back into Texas Christian's lead. Now with about a solid deck contact. And Virginia Tech with a slight lead over Baylor for third. With the wind picking up here, I'd say there's almost a bit of a wind chill, although it's probably not measured that way. Again, those rowers who didn't prepare and look at the weather forecast, they might not have the right layering for this. Although while they're rowing, they'll be plenty warm. It's when they stop that they'll cool off very quickly. Texas Christian still with a 3/4 length lead over Emory, but Emory still working their way back in. Virginia Tech now, it looks like with about a half a deck or a 1/4 length lead over Baylor. Baylor would be just off the screen on the bottom here. Emory making a big push, trying to get back into Texas Christian's lead. Texas Christian still responding to every push that Emory makes into the red buoy. So we're in the last 250 meters. Looks like Baylor may have fallen off. Yes, they have. So they're down about half a length on Virginia Tech. Emory still trying to make that push, trying to get through Texas Christian. Texas Christian just has to hold on. They need to sit up and look, breathe, and go. It's going to be a tight one. Oh, just a little bit of a crab there. That might have given Emory enough. A little bit of a crab in Texas Christian's boat. Doesn't look like it was quite enough, though, to slow Texas Christian down to lose. I think Texas Christian did get it, but it's going to be very tight between them and Emory. We'll see what the delta is on the times. Yeah, about half a second, a little less than half a second. But Emory sure made a strong move there to get second in the B final. Virginia Tech did get third. Baylor got fourth. Looks like Sewanee going to come in across for fifth. And then High Point over in lane 6 will come in sixth for the event, the B final. So that sets places 7 through 12. And there's Sewanee, or I'm sorry, not Sewanee, but High Point. And it looks like the A final is underway. So this is the A final, which is the championship event for the women's novice 4 club level. In this perspective, since we're looking down the course, it'll be from left to right. In lane 1, we have Florida, lane 2, Purdue, lane 3, Texas, lane 4, Vanderbilt, lane 5, Clemson, and lane 6, Tennessee. So right now you see lanes 2, there's now lane 1 and lane 6 are in view. And it looks like Texas is in first place, followed by Clemson and Vanderbilt in second and third, respectively. There will be medals for this race, gold medal going to the winner. And Purdue seems to be in pretty solidly in fourth place, but well in contact with the second and third place boats. Still very early in the race now. Anything can happen. Let's go ahead and get through our lineups. For Florida in lane 1, from Bow, Eva Galvez, Moreno, Grace Russo, Ann Fretwell, and Alexa Miller. From Purdue, coxed by Madigan Burtis. From Purdue in lane 2, Sophia Solano, Samantha Beal, Lauren Ellis, Sydney Tanguay, coxed by Hannah Hannock. Texas for lane 3, from Bow, Ayana Obis, Theodora Pavlovich, Avery Williams, and Lauren Maher, coxed by Julia Alvis. Vanderbilt in lane 4, Sophia Lynn, Kennedy Cross, Gloria Adeno, and Samantha Brabeck, coxed by Olivia Theodore. Clemson in lane 5, Mia Luciano, Margaret Gossett, Hattie Segoken, and Kaylee Langlace, coxed by Avery Smith. And finally, Tennessee from Bow in lane 6, Brooke Melita, Lauren Culp, Anna Jane Hosenfeld, and Emily Capps, coxed by Spencer Klassen. There's a picture of your present leaders, Texas. followed by Vanderbilt. Texas with about a 3/4 length lead over Vandy. And Clemson in third place with about a half length lead over Purdue over in lane 2. Texas and Vanderbilt trying to open up the distance between themselves and Clemson and Purdue. Texas starting to pull away, bringing Vanderbilt right along with them. Clemson getting some control over Purdue. Purdue struggling over in lane 2 just a little bit. We're into the third 500 meters, however, should be coming up on the last 500. And Vanderbilt pressing into Texas's lead now. Here we are coming up to the red buoys. Vanderbilt's got about 25, 30 strokes to get back up in there. I think Texas was able to hold off Vanderbilt's last charge. And now Texas is starting to open it up again. So we're into the sprints. Texas at about a 34 right now. Vanderbilt at a 35. Texas just bumped their rate up to about a 36. Clemson now solidly ahead over Purdue. So this looks like it'll be your medalists for the race. Texas is the gold medalist. If they can get across the finish line here, there they go. Followed by Vanderbilt. Gold medalists are Texas. Vanderbilt with the silver. Clemson holding on, edging Purdue for the bronze. Purdue should be getting fourth place. And we should see Tennessee over there in lane 1. And then, I'm sorry, that was Florida in lane 1. And then we have Tennessee in lane 6 here. So that's your finish order for the club level A final. The A final for the women's open novice 4 is on the water. We have in lane 1, University of Dayton, lane 2, Louisville, lane 3, Jacksonville, lane 4, Tennessee, lane 5, Jacksonville B, and in lane 6, University of Tampa. Your present leader is Jacksonville, it looks like, with Tennessee in second. Let's go ahead and run through our lineups here for this race. From University of Dayton in lane 1, and we're going from left to right on this one. Lily Kubler, Casey Tirado, again, this is from Bow. Maya Murray and Marla Cox by Olivia Dovias. Louisville in lane 2, Kate Eisenbeis, Margot Kaufman, Stella Mancini, and Carly Pennington. Cox by Celia Kern. Jacksonville in lane 3, Sarah Brewer, Lyric Hall, Lana Grally, and Chloe Cook. Coxed by Jennifer Clark. For Tennessee in lane 4 and Jacksonville B in lane 5, we do not have lineups. In lane 6 from University of Tampa, Corin Janish, Rowan Shanahan, Eve Mundock and McKenna McOverin, coxed by Caitlin D'Amico. This is the A final for the women's open novice 4. Right now it looks like that's Tennessee in lane 4. Coming up on the 1,000-meter mark. That is lane 4, Tennessee out in the lead. I take that back. That's lane 5, Jacksonville. No, it is Tennessee, lane 4 out in the lead. Jacksonville is in second. I missed a lane there. I'll blame that on the sausage biscuits and the coffee. Tennessee looking very strong. They're in lane 4. Tennessee is a varsity program. These are their top athletes are elsewhere, though. They've sent some of their non-top 2, 8, or first 4 athletes for this race. They are in control of this one, though. Into the red buoys. This is for the gold, silver, and bronze medal and the championship of the Women's Open Novice 4. And Tennessee, your winners. Don't have a lineup to give you for them. I think Jacksonville should be coming next. And the Tennessee women will congratulate themselves. So that's Tennessee B. I'm sorry, Jacksonville B, crossing the finish line second. Followed by Tampa and then Jacksonville A. Followed by Louisville. Jacksonville ladies happy with their performance there. And then University of Dayton. So your gold medalists for this race, so the Tennessee women, Jacksonville University B. There were two Jacksonville entries in this race. Jacksonville B being the silver medalist, and University of Tampa winning the bronze. So congratulations to those ladies. Heading back upstream, men's novice 4B final is underway. Looking at it from this perspective, it'll be right to left, lane 1, Wichita State, lane 2, Central Florida, lane 3, Baylor, lane 4, Tennessee, lane 5, Texas Christian, and in lane 6, Delaware. And they are underway and approaching the 500-meter mark. Just past the 500-meter mark, I take it back. Looks like the present leaders are Tennessee, followed by Baylor and Delaware over in lane 6, so on the bottom of the screen. And possibly lane 1, Wichita State in 4th. They actually may be ahead of Delaware. Delaware looks like now they're in 5th place, followed by Texas Christian. This is the B final. This sets places 7 through 12 for the men's novice 4. Let's go ahead and roll through the lineups very quickly. From Bow and Wichita State's boat in lane 1, Emilio Viana Velasquez, Uriah Veach, Mark Bergman, and William Schlotterbeck. Coxed by Kelsey Cropper. Central Florida in lane 2, Hugo Bussey, Carmen Fitz, Nicholas Rodriguez, and Vasanth Srinivasan, coxed by Z. Lin. Baylor in lane 3, Michael Kincaid, Logan Fusco, Thaddeus Galkey, and Jonathan Carana, coxed by Bryce Robinson. Tennessee in lane 4, Caleb Murray, Alan Ware, Simon Bull, Christian Koss, coxed by Elena Cota. Texas Christian in lane 5, Jackson Woodall, Jonathan Robles, Andrew McArdle, and Dominic Chrysostoma. Coxed by Skanda Rajnararian. And Delaware in lane 6, William Ryan, Matthew Ignoglia, Andrew Place, and Andrew Woods. Coxed by Lizzie Filguas. That looks like that would be Texas's men. Good tight racing here between Delaware, Central Florida, and Wichita. And then moving up in the field, it looks like Tennessee is in the lead over Baylor, over Central Florida. So Tennessee has about a deck lead over Baylor. I apologize. That is Texas Christian out in front, and Tennessee right with them. The lane 4, the close boat here, is Tennessee, and Baylor is in lane 3. And Baylor made a pretty strong move there to just edge ahead of Tennessee. So Baylor's starting to move away now. I'm not sure if that's an older or newer set of Tennessee oars. I hadn't recognized that pattern, so I apologize for the confusion on that. Baylor pushing Tennessee back now, taking a more commanding lead. 500 meters to go. Baylor solidly in the lead by about a length over Tennessee. And opening up just a little open water. This is the B final, once again, setting places 7 through 12 for this event. Lane 2, Central Florida, right behind Tennessee, still almost in contact. Baylor now with about half a length open water over second place Tennessee. Still in contact with Central Florida in third. Very strong move by Baylor. They were able to put Tennessee away into the red buoys for the last 250 meters. And there you see fourth place Texas Christian, or fourth place Delaware, followed by Texas Christian. Central Florida making a strong move on Tennessee here. Will it be enough? And will it be on time? It's going to be a close one. This is a barn burner, folks. There's the winner, Baylor. I think Central Florida may have gotten them. Yes, they did. We'll see. Yes, they did. There we go. Central Florida nipped Tennessee for second place in the B final, followed by Delaware and Wichita State. and then Texas Christian. There's your results of the B final for the men's novice 4. Baylor, Central Florida, Tennessee, Delaware, Wichita State, and Texas Christian. Next up will be the A final. So this is the championship event, men's novice 4. Looking at it from this perspective, it'll be from right to left, Emory in lane 1, Purdue B in lane 2, Vanderbilt in lane 3, Purdue A in lane 4, Texas lane 5, and Georgia Tech in lane 6. Right now, it's hard to say, but it looks like Vanderbilt's in first place, followed by Purdue A. Possibly followed by Texas or Purdue B. Texas and Purdue B look to have a hot race going for third. Go ahead and get through the lineups very quickly. This will be again from right to left, Emory in lane 1. From Bow, John Rutherford, Luke Zhang, Nicholas Huang, and Luke Brogel. Cox by Sabrina Marvel. Purdue B in lane 2, Braxton Malott, Samuel Wacharowski, Dustin Maddy, and Robert Huang. Coxed by Nitin Akella. Vanderbilt in lane 3, Brandon Banashek, Norbu Shastri, William Kuhlman, and Jackson Klein. Coxed by Declan McAndrews. Purdue A in lane 4, John Gawax, Nicholas Vera Paez, Max Zhu, and Stephen Van Hool. Coxed by Rowan Conway. Texas in lane 5, Luke Mastrian, Song Jiazin, Shi Tuan Zachary, Su, and Roy Seaman. Coxed by Kelsey Salgado. And Georgia Tech, Ali Higazi, Rohan Paladugu, Rohan Yethriaj, and Alan Seju. So Vanderbilt definitely in the lead, crossing the 1,000-meter mark. Followed by Purdue A in lane 4. Looks like right now that Texas is ahead of Purdue B for third place. But Purdue B is making pretty strong moves there. We'll see if Texas can hold those off. Vanderbilt looks very strong, however, ahead of the Purdue boat. There's your lane 2 Purdue boat. That's Purdue B. I'm sorry, that's not lane 2. That's lane 3. That's Vanderbilt. And Purdue A is in lane 4, so you can see their bow. But that's a solid length of open water between Vanderbilt and second place Purdue A. And Vanderbilt keep opening the distance with each stroke over the following boats. Into the last 500 meters, they can certainly hear the fans cheering from the shore. In the third 500, I certainly wouldn't say that that the boys are looking comfortable there. They are very fatigued, but they're still very strong in that Vanderbilt boat, able to hold on to that lead. And there's the Purdue A boat in lane 5. Excuse me, that's lane 4. into the red buoys. Last 500 meters. And there should be your gold medalist, Vanderbilt University, with Brandon Banashek, Nobu Shastri, William Kuhlman, Jackson Klein, coxed by Declan McAndrews, just about to cross the finish line, clinching the gold. Congratulating each other. And Purdue getting the silver. That might be the second Purdue boat getting, yep, it is the second Purdue boat getting third place. So Purdue getting the silver and the bronze in this race. Vanderbilt the winner, Purdue getting silver and bronze. Texas in fourth. Georgia Tech will take fifth. And Emory will take sixth. Of course, it's all unofficial until the protest windows are closed. But unofficially, Vanderbilt the winner of the men's novice 4A final, followed by Purdue A and Purdue B for the silver and gold medal, or the silver and bronze medal respectively, followed by Texas, Georgia Tech, and Emory. Congratulations to the winner, Vanderbilt. All right, we've got 2A finals back to back here for the second novice 8 events. The first one up is the women's second novice 8. From top to bottom, that will be Purdue in lane 3, Tennessee in lane 4, and Georgia Tech in lane 5. And right now it looks like Tennessee has a pretty commanding lead over second place Purdue, with Georgia Tech bringing up third place here. This is for the medals, the gold, silver, and bronze. Tennessee is a varsity program with scholarships, so they're looking very strong here. The Purdue boat is a club boat. And the Georgia Tech boat is a club boat. So our lineups here from bow, and this is going from left to right. So Purdue is in lane 3, Tennessee is in lane 4. Purdue in lane 3, from bow, Vardarni Karthik, Wendy Ojoho, Hope Carnahan, Jane Billa, Amanda Munsell, Farouz Murad, Aminata Diagana, and Devin Sippy, coxed by Ava Kaiser. And for Tennessee in lane 4, from bow, Bridget Boyle, Tilly McQueeg, Sarah Masters, Addie Drevlo, Dara Ramsey, Catherine Fitzgerald, Hannah Bienendahl, and Madison Solano, coxed by Myron Curley. And Georgia Tech in lane 5, Kate Britt, Marion McDaniel, Eliza Bozeman's, Aishna Jungel, Emma King, Eva Kushner, Haiji Chang, and Paige Carleton, coxed by Margaret Moe. So there's a picture of your Tennessee women looking very strong. So for the second novice 8, this would possibly be, it's difficult to say with the way the women's boats are set up. The NCAA does not have a novice level. They have a first 8, a second 8, first four, and sometimes a third eight. But many of the teams have many more athletes than that. Um, I don't know. There could be freshmen and novices in the top 3/8. It's hard to say which one this is, but they certainly have a commanding lead over the rest of the field here with Purdue and Georgia Tech um, pretty far behind. The chance of there being experienced oarsmen in that Tennessee boat, a lot of experienced oarsmen in that Tennessee boat, I'd say is pretty high. Purdue is a commanding lead, though, for the silver medal. Uh, Field's pretty spread out here. Purdue is a big program. I think they have the largest contingent represented at the SIRAs this year. I think they brought 120, 130 athletes, so they're coming through the 1,000. That's Purdue. And it means Georgia Tech will be just through the 1,000 now. You can see the large buoy on the right. So there's Georgia Tech heading through the 1,000. The club programs tend to travel with the men and women, depending on whether or not there is a women's varsity program under Title IX at the large universities. Georgia Tech does not have a women's rowing program. So, like Purdue, they travel with their men and their women together. Athletes can hear the fans cheering now as they come up on the last 500. There's the Tennessee, that would be Purdue crossing the last 500. So 500 meters left, probably about 50 strokes. Looking strong. This is the grand final or the eighth final of the women's second novice eight. So we'll have a gold medal going to the winner, bronze medal to the third place, and silver medal going to second place. Looks like the wind is picking up a little bit more. Water's chopping up some. Still very good conditions, but the wind's got a bit of a chill to it. Tennessee now getting into the red buoy, so the last 250 meters. They're about 250 meters ahead of Purdue. Purdue just crossed the 500. All right, I checked the weather and it's 52 degrees right now. Says the winds are 3 to 5 miles an hour, but it does say that there is a wind chill. The feels like temperature is 51. The athletes will all be very warm though while they're rowing. It'll be when they're not rowing that they're not that warm. Tennessee finishing very strong here. Should be the likely gold medalist for the women's second novice eight. And there you have it. Tennessee, the winner for the gold medal with Bridget Boyle, Tilly McQuagg, Sarah Masters, Addie Drevlo, Dara Ramsey, Catherine Fitzgerald, Hannah Vienendahl, and Madison Solano, coxed by Marin Curley. And then the top corner of your screen, we should see Purdue cross the finish line here and probably about 10 more strokes. And there you have the Purdue ladies winning the silver. And then we should see Georgia Tech momentarily our bronze medalists. And there's Georgia Tech. So your gold medalist from Tennessee, Purdue B, silver medal, and Georgia Tech, the bronze medal. So already underway, just upstream, is the men's second novice 8A final. In this race, we have Virginia in lane 3, Purdue in lane 4, and Georgia Tech in lane 5. It looks like Purdue is out to a solid lead over Virginia, who's in second place, and Georgia Tech is in third. Virginia novices and the Purdue novices have nice little smack talking going on back and forth between them on Instagram. I follow both the programs. It's fun to watch. It's all good intentioned. Oh, big crab there in Purdue's boat. Looks like the oar actually came out of the oar lock. And Virginia will slide by them. Let's see if Purdue will be able to get it back together. All right, let's do some quick lineups here. From Virginia, from Bow, Iman Dowd, Blake McDonald, Benjamin Nilsson, Matthew Taylor. This is going to be a barn burner now. Deer Taprani, William King, Derek Martin, and Anton Katula. Coxed by Claire Williams. Purdue is back on it and taking a little bit of space every stroke. That'll rock your world a little bit. In Purdue's boat, William Bussey, Nathaniel Bacon, Cornell Clicole, John Will Toomey, Ore Unwuda, Taylor Town, Carter J, and Sirius Dwyer, coxed by Mason Engel. Purdue able to get it back and push ahead. Took about a length lead in about 15 strokes. That's pretty good. That's some big speed right there. Those are some big boys, it looks like. Georgia Tech from Bow, Andrew Kimmerer, Connor Fitzmaurice, Connor Erickson, Gabriel Hood, John Heyerdahl, Daniel Williamson, Shrish Shetty, and Luke Rhodes, coxed by Sidney Beese. A little bit of excitement there for the Purdue men. Couple of crabs and an oar out of the oar lock, and they were able to get it back and get right to first place again. With open water lead over Virginia. Into the red buoys. Well, this will be one for the storybooks and telling their grandkids. In the second novice 8 race at the SIRA championships, and my oar came out of the oar lock, and we went from first place to second place, but we were able to come back. Georgia Tech in third. Purdue pushing away. Looks like Virginia might have had a little issue too. The excitement of the second novice 8 races. So Purdue, the winner of the men's second novice 8 race. And 9 thankful guys right there that they were able to pull that thing back together. Their boat named after a former Purdue coach who used to coach the novice men. That was quite a race. And then we should see Georgia Tech coming across the line here momentarily. I think the Purdue guys are just going to keep right on rowing. There we go. Good work for the Purdue guys. And Georgia Tech for the bronze medal in the men's second novice 8. That was an exciting race. Getting to see some excellent racing today. Hope you're all enjoying it. Great work done by the crew from Here Now Sports. So there you have it. Finishers, gold medalist Purdue, Virginia for the silver, and Georgia Tech for the bronze. The women's novice 8 club level B final is on the water. We have 3 boats in this race. Right now, your leader is North Georgia, with it looks like Tulane in second and Liberty a close third. Tulane and Liberty almost a dead heat right now for second place. Let's go ahead and get through our lineups. From bow in Liberty's boat in lane 3, so this is going from left to right now that we've changed our perspective. Hannah Crystal, Amanda Walls, Annalise Benjamin, Olivia Foster, Isabel Del Rio, Hailey Magno, Haley Autumn Brown, and Sadie Thompson, coxed by Paige Evans. North Georgia in lane 4, that's the lead boat right now. Bow, Savannah Porter, Ashley Braziel, Reagan Preston, Anna Mulhall, Madeline Spencer, Alexis Thompson, Genevieve Lima, and Regina Montes. There's more to her name, but they ran out of room in the box on this sheet, so Regina Montes is what we'll go with. And coxed by Elizabeth Zieg. Then for Tulane in lane 5, Isabel Placience, Madeline Flavin, Margaret Hutt, Irina Zerkova, Janine Edmond, Waverly Wood, Yuki G, and Catherine Alley, coxed by Cayenne Flores. North Georgia with a commanding lead right now. Being very strong. This is the Women's Novice 8 Club B final. North Georgia way out in front here over what now looks like second place Liberty with about half a length lead over Tulane. Liberty looking strong. They'll continue to try and open up that space over Tulane over in lane 5. North Georgia have with a commanding lead, however. Through the 1,000-meter mark. Liberty with about a length of distance over Tulane. Lane with a very high stroke rate there. 36.5. Liberty now opening up about a half a length of open water over Tulane. North Georgia still way out in front. Got lots of good racing coming up for the rest of the morning here. Take another second to acknowledge our one of our sponsors, pretty much our only sponsor, Tim Searles from the Rowing Repair Center, is a sponsor of the 2024 SIRA Regatta. He's local to Oak Ridge, runs a nice repair shop for repairing oars, repairing boats, repairing riggers. Does a lot of work with the Oak Ridge Rowing Association. I also like to take a minute and acknowledge all the parents and families and fans that have come to the race, and all the vendors and the sports tents that are along the side of the course. They make the regatta a great atmosphere at one of the best venues in the country. But now looks like the North Georgia women, even with their strong lead, are feeling that fatigue of that last 500 meters of the race. Liberty has closed up a little bit of the distance on them, but I think North Georgia has this pretty well in hand. Again, this is the B final for the men's novice or the women's novice 8. You can get an idea of the temperature there. You see the coxswain in the Liberty boat is bundled up. The coxswain doesn't have the benefit of being able to move like the rowers do. Liberty is in Lynchburg, Virginia. They're probably used to these temperatures, but the coxswains, like I said, don't get to move. So North Georgia, the winner of the B final. And Liberty crossing the line second. And Tulane coming in third. So that sets your 7th through 9th places for the women's novice 8 club final. And the North Georgia women cheering on the other teams. Back up the course for what should be a race underway. the Women's Novice 8 Club A final. We got 6 boats in this race. From this perspective, we'll be going from right to left. William and Mary in lane 1, Georgia in lane 2, Purdue in lane 3, Washington University in St. Louis in lane 4, Central Florida in lane 5, and Georgia Tech in lane 6. Right now, it looks like Purdue, WashU, and Georgia are out in front of the field. However, all the boats are in contact. This looks good start to the race. WashU might have about a quarter of a length lead over second place Purdue, who has about a quarter of a length lead over Georgia. And looks like Georgia has about a quarter of a length lead over Central Florida. This is getting off to a very good start. Once again, from right to left, it's William and Mary, Georgia is the red boat, Purdue next to them, WashU in the white boat next to them, and Central Florida a little bit farther over to the left, and then Georgia Tech in lane 6, so at the top left corner of your screen. Purdue now putting a little bit of distance on. They've picked up some ground, and they are now out ahead of WashU. Let's go ahead and run through the lineups. In lane 1, William and Mary from bow, Julia Frame, Aaron Shannon, Amelia Johnson, Alexandra Lauterbaugh, Kira Stotts, Julia Kashmir, Emily DeJong, and Sophia Stargerescu. Coxed by Sarah Levy. Georgia in lane 2, Sarah Silverstein, Kathleen Patterson, Lila Hendricks, Merrill Goodwin, Claire Nichols, Gabriela Panguido, Esha Patel, and Emily Smith, coxed by Luke Hagerman. Purdue in lane 3, Catherine Schmelz, Grace Costello, Elizabeth Martin, Ruby Lake, Gwendolyn Arve, Anna Moynier, Reagan Bethard, and Catherine Krusling, coxed by Pawani Surthy. WashU in lane 4, Evangeline Joyce, Kira Sullivan, Kexon Wang, Nicole Spangler, Christina Berry, Genevieve Larson, Ren Banks, and Camille Wise, coxed by Keisha Patel. Central Florida in lane 5, Mila Knickerbocker, Glennis Aileman, Sophia Keller, Ambry Wynn, Peyton Wallace, Krista Goretz, Hunter Croft, Julia Engeland, coxed by Anastasia Ruiz, and Georgia Tech in lane 6, Elizabeth Stengel, Ava Sanchez, Eden Mazer, Sharia Simha, Madeline Lesko, Linda Mentz, Naomi Fuller, and Lillian Sharp, coxed by Riley Hogan. Well, right now, it looks like Purdue's out to about a 3/4 of a length lead over WashU in lane 4. And I believe Central Florida and Georgia are in a close race for third place. This would be the A final. There's a good picture of the Purdue women looking very strong. Right now, Central Florida has about a 1-length lead over Georgia. So Central Florida is holding on for third. We're crossed through the 1,000-meter mark. WashU has not let go of Purdue. They are still hanging on there, but Purdue is trying to push away, making every attempt that they can. This will be for the gold, silver, and bronze medal of the women's novice 8 club level. There's a look at your second place boat from WashU in St. Louis. Once again, you can see the coxswains are bundled up. With the humid air, it makes it feel colder than it actually probably is. So it's chilly here today. But once again, it's an outdoor sport. Purdue with about a quarter of a length open lead on WashU and starting to open it up even more into slightly better water downstream, down closer to the finish line. It looks like it's more protected here. Still, I would say great conditions. It could be so much worse. And this is an outdoor sport, so take what we can get. Nice sharp blade work by the Purdue ladies. hear the shouts of boiler up from the banks here. 500 meters to go. Purdue's in the last 500 and WashU now in the last 500. Purdue opening up about a half a length open water lead over WashU. Purdue looking very strong. Here comes Central Florida. Good blade work by Central Florida there. And the power is coming along, but it's not quite enough to keep up with the lead two boats. Now Purdue showing some signs of strain, but they're in the red buoys. Everybody's got to be tired at this point. Purdue's still in a commanding lead, heading toward the finish line, probably about 150 meters to go for Purdue right now, with still an open water lead over Washington University. Georgia or Central Florida solidly in third place. So if nothing else happens here, those should be your gold, silver, and bronze medalists: Purdue, WashU, and Central Florida. So there we see a view of Purdue as they get ready to cross the finish line. And we have Purdue crossing the finish line first for the gold medal, followed by WashU. And Central Florida. So lots of celebration in the Purdue boat. Right now, Purdue, the winner of the gold medal, WashU, the silver, Central Florida, the bronze, Georgia bringing up fourth, William and Mary fifth, Georgia Tech will bring in sixth. Top six finishers for the women's novice 8 Club A final. Congratulations to the Purdue women. Heading back upstream right now to the men's novice 8 B final. As we look at it from this direction, it will be from right to left. Florida State in lane 1, Georgia in lane 2, WashU in lane 3, Delaware in lane 4, North Georgia in lane 5, Georgia Tech in lane 6, and lane 7, High Point University. We'll go ahead and run through some lineups quickly. Lane 1, Florida State from Bow, Alfredo Vega, Diego Noah, Ryan Schwartz, Joshua Slotton, Liam Fickling, Aiden Eckert, Brendan Falabella, and Nicholas Martinez, coxed by Layla Morford. From the looks of it right now, Delaware is in the lead of the B final, with probably North Georgia and WashU duking it out with Georgia in lane 2 for second place. Looks like Georgia and North Georgia probably have the edge. North Georgia might have more of an edge than the other two boats. In lane 2, we've got from Bow, Leo Leprade, Luke Harris, Thomas Hout, Tiago Rasmussen, JT Sparing, Colby Canizaro, Chase Lessling, and William Moschella, coxed by Carrington Cruikshank. In lane 3 from WashU, Ben Nickpour, Coxon from Bow, Finn Witt, Sebastian Teller, Sammy Herzog, Finn Dunweird, Alexander Phillip, Ryan O'Connor, Ben Broker, Jack Stickler. In lane 4 from Delaware, Christopher O'Neill, Hayden Atkinson, Nicholas Christensen, Maxim Molchanov, Tyler Zufel, Jake Timmons, Christian Cordano, and Caden Smalls, coxed by Olivia Moran. Taking another look at what our standings are, Delaware solidly in first place, followed by Wash U, and then North Georgia, and then Georgia and Georgia Tech. And then Florida State and High Point bringing up the rear. We're through the 1,000 meters, all 7 boats. In lane 5, we've got North Georgia with Weston David, Jacob Latham, Jack Harshaw, Gabriel Lima, Tim White, Bryce Hamilton, Eric Bacon, and James Hudson, coxed by Peyton Meowling. Georgia Tech in lane 6, Henry Murphy, Rupasharan Govindan, Omar Almoran, Carson Lawler, Victus Malapati, Vivian Sudarsan, Nikhil Iyer, and Matthew Devon, coxed by Alan Saju, and High Point in lane 7, Kyle Brearley, Dylan McGlynn, Benjamin Gigier, Wyatt Poole, Hugh Boyle, Anthony Phillips, Joseph Casper, and Samuel Zito. So there are your present leaders there from Delaware. This is the men's Novice 8B final. This will set places 7 through 13 for the event, men's Novice 8. Crossing the 500 to go mark, 1,500 meters. Delaware still in the lead with a slight open water lead over lane 3, Wash U. And it looks like North Georgia is still holding on to third place, with Georgia in 4th, followed quickly by Georgia Tech. A little bit of rough rowing there for Wash U in lane 3. Had a couple of missed strokes there by a couple of people, but they're still holding on to second. However, North Georgia is moving up. We're into the red buoys, last 250 meters. Be about 10 strokes on the finish line. Finish order looks like it will still remain the same. Delaware, Wash U, North Georgia, and then Georgia. So there's Delaware crossing the finish line, followed by Wash U. North Georgia, and Georgia just holding off a late charge by, or Georgia. Delaware in 7th place, winner of the B final, followed by Wash U, North Georgia, Georgia. I think that was Georgia Tech. Yes, it was. Georgia Tech crossed the finish line. And then High Point and Florida State. That is the final results for the unofficial final results for the men's novice 8B final. And the men's novice 8A final is underway. So we'll be going from left to right this time. North Carolina in lane 1, Alabama in lane 2, Purdue solidly in the lead right now in lane 3, Virginia in lane 4, Florida in lane 5, and Clemson in lane 6. So Purdue with a solid lead over Virginia. Once again, the Virginia novice men had posted some things on Instagram last night. They were pretty funny. It's good to see that kind of lighthearted smack talking going on between the programs. Purdue and Virginia's programs are similar as far as the men go, although Virginia does not have a women's component to the Virginia Rowing Association, and all of the women row for the athletic department. Let's get through some lineups quickly if we can. This looks like an exciting race, and it's going to be very difficult to get through it because we're already 4 minutes in. North Carolina, we'll go from Bow. I'll just do last names: Cannon, Rouse, Strubba, Ashley, Hugh, Perez, Duval, and Bernheim. Cox by Taylor Bourne. Alabama, we have some Pancus, Adamski, O'Connor, Stewart, Frost, Myers, Joseph, and Thompson. From Purdue, Woods, Cox by Megan Lard in the Alabama boat. For Purdue, Woods, Louis, Urchel, Foucher, Robertson, Miller, Hurd, and McMahon. Coxed by Isabella Pearson. For Virginia, Lieberman, Wasserman, Zaragoza, Biller, Mollenkop, Crombie, Vasquez, and Lane. Coxed by Sarah Brewster. For Florida, Pozas, Bauman, Polinsk, Brito, Frankel Short, Weiss, Rowden, and Hilton, coxed by Christian Yu. And Clemson, De Maria, Goodwin, Biddle, Matthew, Hall, Ben, Young, Ver, and Baldoff. There's the Purdue boat with a good lead over Virginia, looking very strong. We're in the last 500 meters, coming up to the last 250. We haven't hit the red buoys yet. But Purdue looking good and strong there. Here we go. Now we're in the red buoys, last 250 meters. Purdue with a slight open water lead over Virginia. Strong showing by the Purdue novices. Coach Caleb's done a great job putting that team together this year. The Purdue novice men won the second novice 8, and they also got second and third in the novice 4. So a great showing by them this year. So there you have Purdue crossing the finish line with an open water win over Virginia. A significant open water win over Virginia. A little celebration there by the Purdue men. There's Virginia and silver medalist. And Florida in third, it looks like. Alabama in fourth. North Carolina in fifth, and Clemson in sixth. Great racing there. Virginia will probably have a score to settle at Acras, so these boats will see each other again. For the Purdue men, from Bow, Jack Woods, Ethan Louis, Ian Urchel, Will Foucher, Owen Robertson, John Miller, Brady Hurd, and William McMahon. Coxed by Isabella Pearson. Congratulations to the gold medalists for the men's novice 8. Just a note, the lineups that we are reading are those that were given to us by the regatta organizers, and those are put in by the coaches into the registration program. Sometimes those are changed, the lineups change. I know that that's true in some of the boats that I've talked to, but I can't keep track of all that, so I apologize if the positions aren't quite correct. But that's something that happens. When the coaches turn the lineups in 2 weeks ahead of time, you can have injuries, you can have lineup changes, all sorts of things go on. So we do the best we can here. Um, Hopefully we get them right 90% of the time. A great race there for the Purdue novice men's 8. Next race will be the women's second varsity 8B final. Doesn't look like they're underway yet, so we're about 2 minutes late on the schedule. From right to left in this perspective, lane 1 is on the right side, and now they're underway. Lane 1 is William and Mary, lane 2 Florida B, lane 3 Purdue, lane 4 Jacksonville, lane 5 Wichita State. Got lots of time to do lineups here. So from bow and the William and Mary boat on the right hand side, Esha Pai, Grace Morales, Ansley Parsons, Elizabeth Bocock, Kirsten Smith, Elena Fleetwood, Brooke Ashley, and Greta Bach. Coxed by Oscar Lindemann Sue. Florida B in lane 2, Kaylee Johnson, Ashley Figueroa, Sydney Zernstein, Hannah Menino, Olivia Pincala, Elaine Chen, Shannon Metzner, and Elida Wills, coxed by Violet DeCredico. Purdue in lane 3, Emily Slade, Kayla Manley, September Kauchek, Elena Bez, Sarah Augustin, Angie Murad, Madison Loisel, and Darby Gallagher, coxed by Haley Young. Jacksonville B did not turn in a lineup. Wichita State in lane 5, Sarah Watts, Dakota Wyden, Mary Jo Ortillo, Elizabeth Graber, Emmeline Ferguson, Kaylee Kinsella, Samantha Orloff, and Danielle Goodwin, coxed by Sydney Bradford. So coming up to the 500-meter mark, looks like Purdue is in the lead in lane 3, followed closely by Jacksonville B, and Florida, I believe, in lane 2. This is the second varsity or the junior varsity 8 race for the women. This would be a mix of club and open. For this race, there is no club event and open event. It's everybody mixed together. So Jacksonville is a varsity program. I believe that is the only one. And then Wichita State, Purdue, and Florida. I'm sorry, yeah, Wichita State, Purdue, Florida, and William and Mary, I think are all club programs. I could be wrong on that. Just had a private chat with our director, Liz Swain, and almost 500 people are watching the event right now. So hello to everybody, and thank you for your support. We hope you're enjoying the coverage today. Back to the racing, we've got Purdue holding off a charge by Jacksonville. This is Jacksonville B. Jacksonville's other boat will be in the A final. You can see the Purdue has about a half a length lead right now over the Jacksonville B boat. And they have well separated themselves from the rest of the pack. In the third 500, that's where we enter the pain cave. Jacksonville pressing in. We'll see if Purdue has the mustard to hold them off. That's a heck of a race going on there. The crowds are cheering. I can hear them from the banks. I'm about 60, 75 yards away from the banks, but I can hear the crowds cheering very well. It looks like Florida is in third place from that last view we saw, but the race right now is between Purdue and Jacksonville for the first and second spot in the B final. The bow seat in Purdue's boat, Emily Slade wanted me to say hello again to her grandparents. Jacksonville still pressing in. Purdue able to hold them off though. Purdue's lead's down to about a quarter of a length right now. Jacksonville shortened up a little bit. They may be increasing their stroke rate. Let's check on that. Jacksonville's at 35. Purdue is at a 33. And Jacksonville still pressing. Looks like they may be able to slip their bow ball ahead. Now Purdue's responding again, holding it off. Still haven't hit the last 250 yet, though, folks. There's a lot of racing left to do. Florida is solidly in third place, well behind the two leaders. Very exciting racing going on here between Purdue and Jacksonville B. Now Purdue is able to extend their lead just a little bit, back up to about a quarter of a length. Fantastic response there from the Purdue ladies. Now we're in the red buoy, so we're in the last 250 meters. We'll see what everybody can dig into the bottom of the well to pull out. Sometimes some ungodly things can happen in these last 250 meters where gargantuan sprints can be put on. Running out of adjectives, so sorry. I'll have to go back to my thesaurus. I'll study up for next time, folks. Purdue's still able to hold about a quarter length lead. It's going to be close though. Jacksonville has popped their stroke rate up again, but Purdue able to cross that finish line first with about a quarter length lead over Jacksonville B. So that'll set your 7th place and 8th place for this event. The 3-seat from the Purdue boat has laid down completely in the boat. Those are some tired women there. And they're congratulating each other for a heck of a race. Hopefully the 3-seat will sit back up soon. Yep, she's good. Just not sitting up. Yep. You guys row the boat in without me. I'm just going to lay down here, folks. Oh, nope. Here we go. Maybe she'll come back up. That was some great racing there between Purdue and Jacksonville. Florida B crosses the line in 3rd place. Wichita State came in after that. Yep, that was right. Wichita State. That William and Mary, yes, it was. And then Florida will bring up in, oh no, that was all 5 boats. I can't count. I'm starting to lose it, folks. So the A final will be the next race for the women's second varsity 8. And this one looks to be full of varsity programs. So we had a couple of representatives from the varsity programs in the B final, but the next one will be all varsity programs. In lane 1, Louisville B, lane 2, Kansas State, lane 3, Louisville A, lane 4, Jacksonville A, lane 5, Kansas State B, and lane 6, University of Dayton. And we're well underway, and it looks like they're crossing the 500-meter mark. And right now, Louisville looks to be in the lead, followed by Jacksonville, Kansas State, and the other Kansas State boat. So Kansas State B in lane 5 looks to be in third place. Let's see if we can get through these lineups. In Louisville B in lane 1, Alexander Matthews, Stella Scott, Bria Regucas, Victoria Rio, Elena Holder, Grace Rodabaugh, Dianara Wild, and Haley Coons, coxed by McKenna Billington. From Kansas State in lane 2, Holly Fee, Jaden Brandt, Katie Wood, Grace Hendrickson, Mackenzie Storm, Emily Stark, Bianca Woolmeister, and Anna Ryan, coxed by Kennedy Lloyd. Louisville in lane 3, Gabrielle Zanoni, Emma Bell, Mary Noshang, Taylor Fauci, Niala Marshall, Bradley Hicks, Sierra Chavez, and Grayson West, coxed by Olivia Gurnasara. Jacksonville in lane 4, Tegan Castleberry, Chase Reagan, Mackenzie Terinsky, Katie Coast, Emily Padiva, Catherine Geyer Costa, Isabella Militich, and Madison Santa Barbara, coxed by Hannah Gagnon. Kansas State B in lane 5, Lorelei Harris, Harmony Leiker, Madeline Navarcall, Anna Werner, Isabella Ross, Reagan Recker, Eleanor Irwin, and Lindsay DeVrugd, coxed by Reagan Ehlers, and the UD women in lane 6, Adriana Ulrich, Nubia Medrano, Colleen Stumbris, Kiara Cotter, Madeline Costo, Molly Ura, Alyssa Tyre, and Cecilia Martina, coxed by to knock Jacksonville out of the silver medal. And it looks like they're making their move as they cross the 1500. Sometimes teams will start their sprint early, like 600 to go or 750 to go, and it looks like Jacksonville went. So we'll see what kind of response we get from, or it looks like Kansas State went. We'll see what kind of response we get from Jacksonville. I'd say Louisville is right now commanding lead here. Open water on both the second and third place boats, but Kansas State is making a hard charge here. They've taken about a quarter of a length on Jacksonville. Jacksonville pretty solidly ahead of the second Kansas State boat. That would be Kansas State A. So the Kansas State B boat is beating the Kansas State A boat. Red buoy should be coming up. There they are, 250 meters to go. So Louisville looks pretty solidly able to win the gold medal here, provided nothing happens in the last 250 meters. Kansas State, if they can hold off a final charge by Jacksonville, Jacksonville is shortened up and they have really increased their stroke rate. Jacksonville is at a 43.5 right now. Kansas State is still at a 36. So Jacksonville really cranked the rate up early. So Louisville crossed the finish line first at about a 38 stroke rate, followed by Kansas State B and Jacksonville, followed by Kansas State A. B and University of Dayton. Great racing there. Very strong race by Louisville. Great racing between Kansas State B and Jacksonville there too. And Kansas State, solid deep program there to almost pull off second and third, but they weren't able to hold on to Jacksonville. Jacksonville got the bronze medal. Everybody laid it out there for that one. Very good racing. So your gold medalists, Louisville, Gabrielle Zanoni, Emma Bell, Mary Noschang, Taylor Fossey, Neala Marshall, Bradley Hicks, Sierra Chavez, Grayson West, Cox by Olivia Granaccia. Congratulations to the Louisville women. Next up, we've got the men's second varsity 8B final. Scheduled to be a 4-boat race, but I only see 3 boats, so we'll wait and see. But right now, according to what I had, there may have been a late scratch. Lane 2 is University of North Carolina B. Lane 3 is University of North Carolina A. Virginia Tech is in lane 4, and Virginia Tech B is in lane 5. We can see Virginia Tech B in lane 5. They are the closest one to us. Virginia Tech is in lane 4, so they are presently in the lead. Yes, we do have 4 boats. Okay, so that is Virginia Tech A that we saw in the earlier picture. So Virginia Tech B is behind them in lane 5. North Carolina is in the lead. I misspoke before. There's 2 Virginia Tech boats and 2 North Carolina boats, so I've got a 50% chance of getting these right. All right, so Virginia Tech A is in second place, North Carolina B is in third place, and North Carolina A is in first place, with Virginia Tech B in fourth. Run through the last name lineups because we're running out of time here. In lane 2, from Bow for North Carolina B, Britt Ward, Kralik, Lynch, Chapman, Phillips, Singh, and Edmonds. Cox by Sam Perry. UNCA in lane 3, Bauer, Lamb, Radigan, Rubin, DeRommel, Gately, Ahern, and Liu. Cox by Karen Jordan. Virginia Tech A in lane 4, Poorman, Gates, Hunter, Wilson, Garrettson, Richardson, Vidal, and Black. Cox by Tessa Thibodeau. And in lane 5, Virginia Tech B, Smith, Lee, Lewick, Beauchamp, Wood, Font, Lemon, and Wade. Cox by Annika Rao. We're already into the last 250 meters. North Carolina A solidly in the lead here. This is the B final. So this will set places 7 through 10. And it looks like North Carolina B may have slipped ahead of Virginia Tech. Nope, I take that back. No, they did. North Carolina B may have slipped ahead of Virginia Tech for second place. That marks some good depth for both of these programs to have 2 boats racing in this race. And there we have North Carolina A crossing the finish line as the winner of the B final. And we should see the second North Carolina boat cross. There we go. And then Virginia Tech A. And we should see Virginia Tech B coming along here soon. So this is probably the second and third varsity boats for both of these programs. There's no 3V race here. There you go, Virginia Tech B crossing the line. So good racing by all those men. And that sets up the A final then for the men's second varsity, which will be the next race. This is a 6-boat race. Here's your final unofficial times. UNC, Virginia Tech, and Virginia Tech. We are already underway then for the A final. From left to right, Notre Dame, Purdue, Virginia, Jacksonville, Delaware, and Purdue B. Right now, it looks like Virginia is in first place, followed by Purdue or Jacksonville in lane 4. Then Purdue in lane 2. Spencer Standhart, Aiden Driscoll, Thaddeus Folosek, Matthew Schneider, Barat Coach, James Clark, Alec Collins, and Ian Jenkins, coxed by Ryan LeCamp. Lane 3, Virginia, Nathan Lindley, Jonas Rutzel, Spencer Hurst, Cade Shaw, Benin Crombie, Sean McDevitt, Caden Kowalski, and Ian Forer, coxed by Celia Chang. So looking back here, Virginia's still on a solid lead, but Purdue is taking a solid second, followed by Jacksonville and Delaware ahead of Notre Dame, but Notre Dame making a big move. Great racing here between the Virginia boat and the Purdue boat. Long-standing rivalry between those two programs, two of the top men's programs in the country, although Jacksonville is also one, and Notre Dame is having some great racing these days too. Purdue moving pretty well. Virginia able to hold the charges off so far. We'll see if Jacksonville can press back in. Okay, I think I left off with Jacksonville. Jacksonville's in lane 4 with Nicholas Soares, Logan Beal, Jack Galvin, James Kimry, Chase Rickey, Dylan Carmody, Logan Denny, and Davis Leonard, coxed by Logan Newton Masucci. Delaware in lane 5, Jack Hanlon, Samuel Weisbacher, Victor DePasquale, Conan Meredith, Zach Griffin, Joseph Farley, George Riley, Samuel Beck, coxed by Dominic DeGoria. And in Purdue B, Noah Wisniewski, Eli Paradas, Benjamin Schultz, Dylan Colin, Thomas Burke, John Lucas, Grant Herman, and Porter Little, coxed by Jonathan Koziars. Purdue now about a length down on Virginia, the leaders. those lineups in order. In lane 1, from Bow, Isaac Backham, Jacob Timko, Nicholas Sheft, David Coven, Cox by Miranda Brody. Lane 2, Tennessee, Roman Nyquist, Nathan McCollum, Spencer Klassen, William Vaughn, and Kelsey West. I'm sorry, Cox by Kelsey West. Lane 3, Alabama, Striker Wiley, Jonathan Hanson, Keith Bates, Ty Murphy, Cox by Gracie Sunday. Lane 4, Mercyhurst, James Garrow, Jarrett Richmond, Bogdan Protik, DeJorda Gruber, coxed by Kerry Manning. So those are your leaders from Mercyhurst there. Georgia Tech in lane 5. Spencer Smith, Malcolm Ferguson, Luke Harris, Ming Quan Yan, coxed by Vivian Bay. Lane 6, Florida State, Avery Hayes, Owen Hayes, Hunter Wilson, Kyle Wood, coxed by Reed Marshall. Mercyhurst out to a very commanding lead here. Should be about halfway down, probably crossing the 1,000 soon if they haven't already. Oh, that was a good guess again. This is all a guess, folks. So Mercyhurst out in the lead, looking very strong, sitting there in lane 4. .36.5 stroke rate for Mercyhurst. And then we'll take a look at the rest of the field. Like Alabama is in second place, followed by Tennessee. Florida State here in 4th place, and Georgia Tech in 5th. Crossing the 1,500 meter mark, so 500 meters to go. Mercyhurst crossed that some time ago. It was just the rest of the field crossing it. For lightweights, for men, not rode as much as they used to be. I think the lightweight divisions were much bigger, but many schools have gone away from them. The lightweight rules are boat average of 155 pounds, and the maximum weight of any rower is 160 pounds. So you can have somebody who's at 159 pounds, but you'll need to have some lighter people in the other seats. So you may have a couple of people down in the 140s that make up for that extra person at 159 or 160. Florida State in the close picture here, and now we're back to seeing Mercyhurst out in front, with Alabama in second place. Looks like the 2 seat from Mercyhurst refused to wear a hat for this race. The other guys did. And Mercyhurst will be the winner of the gold medal in the men's lightweight 4. Mercyhurst once again being James Garrow, Jarrett Richmond, Bogdan Protik, and Jorda Gruber, coxed by Kerry Manning. Alabama takes second. I think that was Georgia Tech coming across the line in third. Nope, it was Florida State. Tennessee in fourth. So your gold medalist, Mercyhurst University, Alabama wins the silver. Florida State wins the bronze. Tennessee and Georgia Tech in 4th and 5th place respectively, and then William and Mary in 6th place. So that makes up the results unofficial of the men's lightweight 4A final. We'll head back upstream and we'll check out the women's varsity 4 club B final. This will be from left to right. Clemson lightweights, Clemson, Georgia in lane 3, Georgia Tech in lane 4, Baylor in lane 5, and Liberty in lane 6. Do my best to not mix up Georgia and Georgia Tech in lane 3 and lane 4, but I make no promises. Looks like we're still getting Clemson into the starting boats, the starting dock. They're backing in right now. Everybody else is there and on. Running about a minute behind schedule or so, maybe 2 minutes by the time they get everybody locked in. Remaining races to go for the morning are the A final of the women's varsity 4, and then the open B final and the open A final for the women's varsity 4, and then the men's varsity 4, B, and A finals. And then we get into the varsity 8s. So we'll do the women's club, and then the women's open, and then the men's open. While they're getting locked in, I'll go ahead and give you some lineups. In Clemson lightweight, we're going from left to right again. I'm sorry, from right to left. Right to left, lane 1 is on the right side. Clemson lightweights from Bow, Jenna Gerslauer, Allie Mueller, Rachel Anderson, and Devin Pytel, coxed by Ashley Wilkins. And it looks like they're off. Clean start for the race. Clemson in lane 2, Peyton Virginia Arnett, Jaden Shea, Riley Bogdan, Nia Barnes, coxed by Arav Patel. Georgia in lane 3, Hannah Dobkin, Julie Kritzow, Samantha Fallon, and Gwen Wentworth, coxed by Miranda Abrero. Georgia Tech in lane 4, Helen Poole, Lauren Wilson, Ashley Boutwell, Faith Zhu, coxed by Allison King. Baylor in lane 5, Isabella Garcia Malo, Christina Pendleton, Faith Austin, and Elise Easton, coxed by Ty Jones. And Liberty in lane 6, Caitlin Kinsella, Evelyn Edwards, Christiana Loden, and Rachel Teague, coxed by Eva McCauley. Right now, it looks like your leader is in lane 3. That would be Georgia, followed closely by Baylor and Georgia Tech and Clemson. Georgia's Coxon riding down the lane line there. They need to be careful. If they get their oars into lane 4, that gives an opportunity for Georgia Tech to file a protest. Although if they can get far enough ahead, it really won't matter. For Georgia Tech to file a protest, Georgia would have to be probably more than the blades into their lane, and they would have to make the case that Georgia interfered. You can't just necessarily say that you have slow water, although I would expect that the referees are going to start flagging, waving the white flag at Georgia to move over at some point because they keep sneaking over to the lane 4. So Georgia in the lead right now, followed by Baylor in lane 5. Remember, we're going from right to left on the lane numbering. So lane 1, lane 2, lane 3 is Georgia. So Baylor in lane 5 is in 2nd place, followed by Georgia Tech in 3rd. University of Georgia, though, the commanding lead right now, a little bit of open water on Baylor. and Georgia Tech. Clemson is inching their way into contention for second or third place here. And that would be Clemson in lane 2, not the Clemson lightweights. Clemson lightweights are a little bit behind their teammates, their heavyweight teammates. For lightweight women, the maximum weight is 130 pounds, and there is no boat average. There's a overhead view of the Georgia women, still opening up more space between them and the rest of the field. Once again, this is the B final of the Women's Varsity 4 Club. All of the participants in this race are club rowers, not varsity rowers. Crossing the 1,000-meter mark, Georgia is well in the lead with a length and a half, maybe 2 lengths open water over Georgia Tech, now ahead of Baylor, but Baylor's making another press. And Clemson in lane 2 in 4th place, with the Clemson Lights in lane 1 in 5th place, followed by Liberty in 6th.
Sorry, folks, I had a little technical issue there, but I am back now. We are watching the Varsity Women's Club 4A final. Vanderbilt's in lane 1, Texas is in lane 2, Virginia Tech's in lane 3, WashU's in lane 4, William and Mary in lane 5, Florida State in lane 6. Since we're well into the race, I'm going to do last names for the lineups. In Vanderbilt, lane 1, Miller, Sow, Dieselowski, and Galler, coxed by Sophia Brown. For Texas in lane 2, Pupon, Twappen, Gillis, and Wetz, coxed by Gabriela Komanek. From Virginia Tech in lane 3, LaRose, Ouimet, Frederick, and Waters, coxed by Jacob Quada. In lane 4, WashU, Pardo, Chang, Miller, and Tour, coxed by Simi Rajagopal. In lane 5, from William and Mary, 4, Duckworth, Vogelzang, and Ludwig, coxed by Emma Goss. Lane 6, from Florida State, Nidell, Reynoso, Snaith, and Connor, coxed by Samantha Schwartz. Looks like our leaders presently are from Virginia Tech in lane 3, followed by lane 5, William and Mary, and Vanderbilt in lane 1. This is the A final, so this will set the gold, silver, and bronze medalists for the event, plus the next 3 places, 4th, 5th, and 6th. William and Mary making a good run, trying to catch up with the leaders, Virginia Tech. But I think Virginia Tech has about a quarter of a length open water lead on William and Mary. It'll be very tough for them to catch up. Coming up to the red buoys, last 250 meters. My tent is right by the parking lot, and it's not my tent, it's the official's tent, but there'll be a lot of buses coming in and out of here, so I hope you don't hear those. But just know that that's going on. I'm not sitting in a Greyhound station someplace doing the play-by-play on the SIRA regatta. It's the team buses that come and drop the athletes off and pick them up. So there is Virginia Tech, your leaders, well out in front, approaching the finish line in lane 3. The likely gold medalist, unless something goes wrong here, William and Mary holding on to solidly second place, but they're only half a length up on Virginia Tech. I'm sorry, on Texas. So your gold medalists for this race will be Virginia Tech with Sarah LaRose, Catherine Ouimet, Georgia Frederick, and Shelby Waters, coxed by Jacob Kawada. A little celebration going on there. And William and Mary in second place, followed by, I believe it was Texas. Nope, Vanderbilt in lane 1. Good tight racing there. So your gold medalists, Virginia Tech, William and Mary get the silver, Vanderbilt get the bronze medal, WashU in 4th. Florida State in 5th, out in lane 6, and Texas in 6th place. So nice work to the ladies from Virginia Tech, winning the women's varsity 4 Club A final. Underway now is the B final for the women's open varsity 4 with Rollins versus Rollins. So Rollins A is in lane 3, Rollins B is in lane 4. From bow and Rollins A in lane 3, so that would be the lead boat from right to left here. Justine Hickey, Francesca Morgan Tomasic, Lillian Groves, and Sophie Bolin. Coxed by Diana Rothman and Rollins B in lane 4. Sarah Monroy, Aaron Hughes, Morgan Lane, and Emily Cazada. And coxed by Brianne Engel. Nice work here by the lane 3 Rollins boat, the Rollins A. Giving a hard press, about a length of open water over their teammates in Rollins B in lane 4. Should be rolling up to about the 1,000 pretty soon here. Up at the top of the screen, you can see an 8 that's on their way upstream for their upcoming race. There's a 1,000-meter mark, and Rollins A will cross the 1,000 now. Now with about 3 or 4 lengths open water on their teammates. From our fancy pan tilt zoom camera that can zoom all the way up to the starting line from the finish line, we see Rollins A ahead of Rollins B in the B final of the women's varsity 4. And this is the open varsity 4. I believe all the programs that are in this event are varsity programs. Some may be Division 2. Some are definitely Division 1, like Kansas State. And I think Jacksonville is Division 1. FIT might be. Kansas State is, though. University of Tampa, I believe, is a Division 2 team. There are no clubs in this event. Looks like all the clubs raced in the actual club race, so we don't have any crossover here. Through the 1,500-meter mark, Rollins A still with a commanding lead over Rollins B. A little bit of a wake. You can see the long waves crossing the course. That would be from a referee's launch or a marshal's launch. They didn't shut their motor down soon enough and had the wake cross the course. When you're rowing and you have that wake coming at you, if you have a coxswain that can let you know that the wake's coming, you can make sure you carry your oars or your blades off the water a little higher. So you clear that. Sometimes one of those waves from the wake can catch an oar, cause a crab. Once again, I'll point out that the coxswains are all bundled up because there's still a bit of a chill in the air here, and it's a damp cold. So it'll get through you. Into the red buoys with Rollins beating Rollins. And Rollins B now into the red buoys as well. So 250 meters to go for them. And there's Rollins A as they approach the finish line. And your winner of the B final, Rollins A. Waiting for their teammates to cross the line as well. And there goes Rollins B. So nice work by the Rollins ladies. Next up, we've got the Women's Varsity 4 Open A final. That's due to start in about a minute. You can see them in the starting blocks here. And reading from left to right. Lane 1 is on the left. Lane 6 is on the right. We have Mercyhurst, Jacksonville, Kansas State, FIT, Kansas State B, and University of Tampa. Our lineups from Bow, Mercyhurst in lane 1, Tabea Wyland, Katie Kontrick, Audrey Smith, and Elizabeth Norstrup. Coxed by Carrie Manning and Jacksonville in lane 2, and they're off. Looks like a clean start. You can see some of the steering things that we talked about yesterday if you were watching. Off the start, coxswains have to make sure that they steer the boat straight and try and stay straight down the center of their lane. Shortest distance between 2 points, and again, is a straight line. And if it's not a straight line, you're steering in your lane, you're going farther than everybody else is. So looks like right now, Kansas State A is in the lead, followed by FIT and Kansas State. No, that would be University of Tampa. Then Jacksonville in lane 2 is in 4th place, with Mercyhurst and Kansas State B bringing up the rear. Kansas State A and FIT making some strong moves here, separating themselves from the rest of the pack. FIT looks to be overstroking Kansas State by a little bit. That's pretty aggressive stroke rate. We'll see if they settle once again or if they settle at all. But that's some aggressive racing between those two boats, and they are driving away from the rest of the pack. Let's go ahead and finish up the lineups. In lane 2, Jacksonville, Kennedy Rowley, Madison Benavides, Kendra Smith, and Isabella Allison, coxed by Haley Grover. In lane 3, from Kansas State, Anna Gurr Emma Johnson, Jordan Gherkin, Neva Rowan, coxed by Kirsten Schmalz. FIT, Florida Institute of Technology in lane 4, Gabriela Rodesno, Sydney Freiberger, Ashton Clark, and Bryn Romberger, coxed by McKenna Barr. Kansas State B in lane 5, Kayla Traub, Zoe Wharton, Sienna Pargeter Walker, and Emily Northcutt. Great race going on here between our leaders, Kansas State and FIT. Kansas State still has a slight edge over FIT. Kansas State B's boat is coxed by Leah Royan. And Tampa in lane 6, Mia Lawrence, Jessica Mason, Anna McSwain, and Alana Maheo, coxed by Taylor Nagel. I think FIT may have just pushed their bow ball ahead of Kansas State. We'll get another look here soon. But this is approximately from the finish line, I believe, with a fancy pan tilt zoom camera. It is, they are exchanging the lead. So we had Kansas State's bow ball ahead sometimes, FIT's bow ball ahead sometimes. Fantastic race between those two boats. They are now well ahead of the rest of the field. Several lengths open water on the third place boat. This one is for the medals. So it's going to come down to who's going to be able to dig in and get more out of their tank. Right now, as they cross the 1,000-meter mark, about a deck lead for Kansas State over FIT. But FIT can pull some sprints here. They can make some big moves. Halfway through the race, though, it's Kansas State A with the lead right now, about half a length over FIT. We'll check some stroke rates. 33.5 for Kansas State A. 34 for FIT. Kansas State starting to edge a little bit farther ahead now with about 2/3 of a length over FIT. FIT still well in contact though, and they are able to go. If they can really light it up, they can push right back through. This becomes a strategy game. Looks like we just crossed the 500 to go. Oh no, that would have been the halfway point of the third 500. So that was a 1250. That was what those red buoys were. Kansas State edging out more of a lead now. They've almost pushed FIT's bow ball past the stroke seat. Kansas State A at a 34 now. FIT at a 37. I'm sorry, that's a 35, not a 37. It's not my stroke watch, so I'm not used to this one a little bit. Kansas State now crossing through the 1,500-meter mark with 500 to go, and a little bit of an open water lead over FIT. Our third place boat over in lane 6 is University of Tampa. And Jacksonville is in fourth place. Jacksonville is still in contact with Tampa, but Tampa pretty solidly right now in third. And then Mercyhurst in lane 1 in fifth place, and Kansas State B in sixth. Into the red buoys now for Kansas State. They have a solid open water lead over second place boat, FIT. University of Tampa with a solid third place finish here, or could be finish, as long as they hold it together for the last 500 meters of the race. So there's your likely winners: Kansas State, thank you very much. Everybody was just checking on me because I was lost there for a minute when my microphone died. So Kansas State the winner, FIT in second place, University of Tampa in third, or your gold, silver, and bronze medalists, with Jacksonville in fourth, Mercyhurst in fifth, and Kansas State B will be in sixth place. So your gold medalists for this race: Anna Gurr, Emma Johnson, Jordan Gherkin, Neva Roen, and Kirsten Smalls. Congratulations to the Kansas State women. Underway already is the men's varsity 4B final. We're a minute 48 in, so we probably crossed the 500-meter mark already. From right to left, we've got Florida State in lane 1, Colgate in lane 2, Jacksonville 3, Clemson 4, Rollins 5, Baylor 6. I'm going to do a quick last name rundown on the lineups, and then I have to take a break for a minute, so I'll be back right after that. So Florida State in lane 1, we've got Garala, Ringvelski, Pufall, and Condi. Lane Cox by Meredith Wiederspan. And lane 2 from Colgate, Williams, Glaffer, Schweinghauser, and Masham. Cox by Nada Farnsworth. Jacksonville in lane 3, Dejanowicz, Brown, Lorente, and Kesson. Cox by Margot Purcell. And Clemson in lane 4, Campbell, Steinmetz, Hayden, Johnson, and Greenway. Cox by Kaylee Board. Rollins in lane 5, Veith, Hallman, McCullen, and Atcha. Cox by Isabella Wallen. And 6, Thomas, Pokel, Stewart, and Brandmeier. Cox by Jordan Ferraro. Looks like right now, lane 3 is solidly in the lead. That would be Jacksonville, with Clemson in lane 2 close behind. And battling it out for third place is Florida State in lane 1 and Clemson in lane 4. And I will be right back. All right, we're back in live as we get to the last 250 meters and the men's varsity 4B final. Looks like your present leader right now is Colgate, followed by Jacksonville. With Baylor possibly in third. And you'll see Colgate cross the finish line. Followed by Jacksonville. Florida State. Baylor. That wasn't Baylor. Who was it? It will show up momentarily. It was Baylor. Clemson in fifth. And Rollins will bring in sixth. So that sets your seventh through your 12th place for the men's varsity four. Colgate, Jacksonville, Florida State, Baylor, Clemson, and Rollins. Congratulations there. We'll move on upstream to the A final for this event, the men's varsity four grand final. From right to left, Virginia will be in lane one, Florida in lane two, Wash U in three, Mercyhurst in four, Alabama in five, and Texas Christian in six. Folks, if you want to check out the photo finish and any of the other images that they take here, the link is in the YouTube description for this webcast. It was a very close race between Baylor and there it is. Thank you very much to our director. Very close race there between Baylor and Clemson. 9/100ths of a second. Or nope, 11/100ths of a second. Very close. All right, underway. The men's varsity 4A final. In lane one, Virginia from bow to stern. Stephen Burke, James Kine, Alexander Bloomberg, and Jacob Hilliard, coxed by Chase Lumley. Lane two, Florida. Jaroid Ridnour, Thomas Spellmans, Griffin Martin, and Hunter Phelan, cocked by Tracy Q. Wash U in lane three. Henry Phillips, David Seymour, Mark O'Donohoe, Jonathan Hale, coxed by William VNS. Lane 4, Mercyhurst, Timothy Silverman, Isaac Feldman, Ralph Cassow, and Matthew Neck. Cox by Kerry Manning. Lane 5, Alabama, Jacob Holcomb, Maxwell Wahoff, Josh Queen, and Michael Patton. Cox by Corson Keister. And Texas Christian in lane 6, Scott Stone, Miguel Avalos, John Mejia, and William Carroll. Cox by Liliana Matei. This is the A final, the grand final for the men's varsity 4. So we've got gold medal, silver medal, and a bronze medal to be given out in this race. Right now, the leader is lane 3, Wash U. Followed in a close race with Mercyhurst, Alabama, and Florida fighting it out for second and third place and fourth place. And then Virginia is in lane 1, and Texas Christian is in lane 6. So the lanes are numbered from left to right in this perspective. We're heading down the course. Looks like a great race in the top 4 boats.
Your show. I'm just a viewer. I'm just a fan.
Oh, look down the course from the pan tilt zoom camera at the finish tower. Great equipment here and a great job by the Here Now group. Looks like Wash U is still strongly in the lead. Mercyhurst in second, followed closely by Florida. Florida and Mercyhurst are having a real battle there. Still well in contact. Alabama working their way up in lane 5, also in contact. Wow, Mercyhurst is putting a heck of a move right now on Wash U. Mercyhurst might make a jump at the 1,000. So some teams may do a big move at the 1,000. They may plan for that sort of thing. Mercyhurst has pulled back within half a length of Wash U, and it looks like they're still moving. So Wash U is going to have to get it together to hold off that charge. That's quite a charge by Mercyhurst. Now Florida solidly in third place. Alabama is starting to fall back a little bit. Texas Christian is in 6th, and Virginia is in 5th place. It looks like Wash U is now completely responding to Mercyhurst's charge. Mercyhurst may have made a big push and couldn't get it in. Nope, they're trying to come back again. So this is going to be a great race here, down to the wire for both of these schools. They want it. This one is for the gold medal, so they're going to go after it with everything they've got. Right now, Wash U has about a half a length lead on Mercyhurst, and looks like Florida is making a charge here from lane 2. Fantastic racing going on. This is what spring racing is all about. Mercyhurst pressing in again. Only about a third of a length down on Wash U. Wash U still in control, but 500 meters to go. It could be anyone's race at this point. We'll see what they've got in the sprint tanks. And here comes Mercyhurst again. 40 strokes a minute for Mercyhurst. 41 strokes a minute for Wash U. What a great race. And then Florida is really pressing back in now, too. This one's going to be close, folks. Should be rolling up to the last 250 meters now. We ought to see the red buoys very soon. There they are. Just a fantastic race. Great overhead view in the bottom left-hand corner. Mercier still really pressing on Wash U. We'll see if Wash U can hold it together and hold off that charge and respond. It looks like they've done it. but there's still about 200 meters to go. Florida is solidly in third place. A little bit of a steering problem there from Mercyhurst folks. That may have cost them a little bit of distance. But they're charging again. Here they go. Wow, that was a close one. Looks like Wash U by about half a length over Mercyhurst, by about half a length over Florida. So there are your gold, silver, and bronze medalists for this race. Let's see what the deltas were on the times. Wash U came in at 6:42.9. 6:44.1 for Mercyhurst. That about tracks with half a length. And 6:44.9 for Florida. So great racing by those three crews. You can see the Wash U guys are pretty taxed. That was quite a race they had to hold off there for Mercyhurst. They were fighting the whole time. Mercyhurst wanted it. Looks like Wash U was able to say they wanted it just a little bit more. Alabama, Texas Christian, and Virginia round out the top six. So your winners from Wash U, Henry Phillips, David Seymour, Mark O'Donohoe, Jonathan Hale, and Coxon William Viennese. Congratulations to Washington University on that great win. Wash U guys still congratulating each other. Man, that was a good race for them. Next race will be the Women's Varsity 8 Club B final. That'll be a 5-boat race. There's a photo finish again. We like these photo finishes. And the Women's Varsity 8 Club B final is underway. From left to right now, we've got Virginia Tech in lane 1, High Point in lane 2, Tulane in lane 3, William & Mary in lane 4, and Emory in lane 5. This is the B final at a second level final. For Virginia Tech from Bow, we have Kyla Logan, Gabrielle Kasnoka, Haley Hobbs, Adele Barnes, Georgia Spiegel, Elizabeth Fuller, Gabrielle Osella, and Lily Tylick. Cox by Tessa Thibodeau. High Point, we've got Ariel Escobar, Aiden Dietrich, Lily Fowler, Casey Derenbacher, Alexa Movasso, Sarah Harvey, Caitlin Enright, and Paige Winkelbauer. Cox by Adriana Orgening. Tulane in lane 3. We have Lauren Tedisco, Mia Makovich, Melanie McAdoo, Abigail Colt, Madeline Davis, Kayla Keats, Emma Goldberg, and Lockley McElroy. Cox by Reagan Strassel. William & Mary in lane 4. Emerson Barnett, Maggie Kettleberger, Shannon Williams, Chloe Gang, Brenham O'Malley, Francesca Meyer, Paige Beal, and Catherine Nelson. Cox by Abigail Harada. And for Emory in lane 5, Catherine Forrest, Ali Hom, Gianna Schulp, Amelia Lawler, Elizabeth Sweeney Benson, Kate Siegel, Angel Hail Miriam, and Manolia Dos Santos. Cox by Janie Carr. So from the looks of it, William and Mary are in the lead, with Tulane in second. Should be a little past halfway in this race. William and Mary on the right side of the screen, Tulane on the left side. Great view by the drone following the race. I'd like to thank the officials tent here for providing me with more caffeine. Now I have cold running caffeine to match my hot running caffeine from this morning. Nice view of the Tulane ladies. I believe these two boats have well separated themselves from the rest of the pack. If you look at the difference between these two boats, you notice the spacing. Talked a little bit about spacing yesterday. So if you look at 7 and 8's catch, those are the people toward the back of the boat or up in front, depending on how you look at it, because we are in a sport that we sit on our butt going backwards. If you look at the catches for 7 and 8 versus the puddles from bow and two, and you'll notice in the William and Mary boat, in the top of your screen, the spacing between 7 and 8's catch and bow and two's puddle is a little more wide open than that between for Tulane in the bottom part of the screen. So that may give you some idea of the differences in power in the boat. They're both running roughly the same stroke rate. I can give you that in a second. But this is something that you all can look at home as you're keeping score. 34 strokes a minute for William and Mary right now. Well out in front of the rest of the pack. .35 strokes a minute for Tulane. Rolling up into the red buoys for the last 250 meters. William and Mary pretty comfortably in the lead here. It might be Brian and Sam Dempsey talking. I don't know. And the winner of the B final for the women's varsity 8, William and Mary, followed by Tulane. High Point in third, Emory in fourth, Virginia Tech in fifth. Looks like the next race is ready to go. That would be the A final for the women's varsity 8 club level. From left to right here, thanks to our drone view, we've got Liberty in lane 1, Wichita State in lane 2, Clemson in 3, Florida in lane 4, Georgia Tech in lane 5, and Central Florida in lane 6. Coxswains are getting their points. You can see Liberty is not quite pointed where they need to be, but you can also look at the water motion off of the bows of the boat, and the waves are going from left to right. So it is a bit of a crosswind. Liberty may have their boat pointed slightly into the wind, thinking that it will blow the bow back down the center of the lane. So this is all a game that the coxswains have to play. If you look at the lane 6 boat, lane 6 was just having their bow person scull the bow of the boat around. They are getting ready. The oars have snapped square, and they should be ready to go any second here. The usual starting commands are attention, go. Once they say all hands are down, they'll say attention and go. If it's time where the coxswains are having a hard time holding their points, they may do what's called a countdown start, where the officials will say, we're not going to recognize hands during the countdown. And then they'll say 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, attention, go. The other option will be a quick start where they just hope for the best and they say, okay, get out of here. That's not really how that works, but it makes for a good story anyway. It looks like Clemson right now is in the lead, followed by Wichita State and Florida. So from left to right here, again, Liberty, Wichita State, Clemson, Florida, Georgia Tech, and Central Florida. Looks like Clemson has a pretty solid lead right now after the first minute or so. Let's go ahead and run through the lineups. In lane 1, from bow, Faith Hartle, Devin Bale, Jada Ward, Jada Lane, Kimberly Lautzenheiser, Allie Reed, Robin Payton, and Lauren Thompson. Wichita State, Liberty's boats coxed by Emily Tate. Wichita State from bow, Shelby Fuqua, Leah Shipman, Mackenzie Amphone, that could be Anthony, Taylor Spinelli, Elizabeth Lizzie Kuntz, Cassidy Barr, Bailey Wise, and Maureen Wetta. And coxed by Tony Lee. Clemson in lane 3, Margaret Richards, Claire Rizzo, Lillian Crease, Catherine Sprouse, Sydney Deaton, Mary Geary, Sophia Deman, and Sammy Rickine. Coxed by Chloe Crownover. Taking a look again, it looks like we have Clemson is out in front with Wichita State in second and Florida in third. Clemson solidly in control of this race right now with the open water lead on Wichita State in second place. This one is the club level final for the women's varsity 8. Gold medal, silver medal, and bronze medal on the line. Great racing though. Good, pretty decent tight pack here. Central Florida and Liberty look to be trailing the rest of the field. Actually, Liberty might be up a little bit. Let's go ahead and finish out the lineups. In Florida, lane 4, Anna Craig, Anna Claire Skipper, Shelby Jones, Sari Simon, Greta Higginbotham, Taylor Francis, Alexandria O'Donovan, and Tyla Hall, coxed by Adriana Figueroa. Georgia Tech in lane 5, Catherine Lennon, Annalise Lloyd, Mia Wood, Natalie Williams, Anna Denisuk, Naomi Malka, Madeline Schuff, and Isabella Trudel, coxed by Rylan Chapa. Coming up on the 1,000-meter mark, Clemson has a solid lead here. Should still be followed by Wichita State unless somebody made a big move there while I was reading the. They are followed by Wichita State and Florida. So Florida making a move on Wichita State now through the 1,000. Again, we talked about some schools make big moves at the 1,000, or they plan big moves at the 1,000. That was Georgia Tech pressing up on Florida too. But it looks like Wichita State has responded and is holding off the charge from Florida. Central Florida in lane 6. Jenna Russell and bow, Francesca Ramirez, Ivana Privat, Emma Faulkner, Callie Keel, Maya Edwards, Brooke Mancini, and Grace Ragland, coxed by Daniela Waters. So Clemson now way out in front. Wichita State still holding off Florida's charge here. Wichita State at a 33.5. Florida at a 34. They can hear the crowd. I can hear the crowd. That's the Georgia Tech crowd cheering their group on. Liberty and Georgia Tech duking it out for fourth place right now. Wichita State starting to put a little distance on Florida in third. Unless something seriously drastic happens, I would say Clemson probably has the gold medal locked up for this one. It's going to be a battle between Wichita State and Florida for who gets the silver medal, though. Florida pressing in again. I think Wichita State still has about 1/3 of a length, maybe a half length advantage as we cross the 1500. Looks like a half a length advantage. Thank you, Mr. Drone Driver. With Clemson being as far out as they are, I'd say they're getting pretty close to the red buoys, and yes, they are. Wichita State now kicking their rate up a little bit. They were at a 34. Now they're at a 36.5. Florida also making a move. Florida at a 37.5. So everybody's making the big press in the last 500, but nobody's going to catch Clemson all the way out there by themselves. Georgia Tech now pressing in, trying to catch Florida. Wichita State still pretty solidly in second. Nice race there by the Clemson women. Should be seeing them hit the finish line soon. Keeping an eye on the rest of the field, though. Wichita State still has an edge over Florida. Florida still has an edge over Georgia Tech. So right now it looks like Wichita State and Florida should be able to seal the deal on the silver and bronze medal. It'll be a matter of who gets which. Clemson definitely locked up the gold there. Great race by Clemson. Wichita State, the last time we looked, still had a bit of an advantage over Florida. We'll see as they come into the finish line cam. And it looks like Wichita State held on to it, winning by about 2/3 of a length over Florida. So silver medal goes to Wichita State. Bronze medal goes to Florida. Your winners, though, Clemson from Val, Margaret Richards, Claire Rizzo, Lillian Crease, Catherine Sprouse, Sydney Deaton, Mary Guerrieri, Sophia DeMann, Sammy Rickhelm, and Chloe Crownover. Congratulations to the women from Clemson. That is the club women from Clemson, not the varsity women from Clemson. They're not here this weekend, but fantastic job by them. Nice work. Georgia Tech brings in fourth, Central Florida in fifth, and that will put Liberty then in sixth place. But that rounds out the top six places for the women's club varsity 8. And we are underway with the women's varsity 8 Open B final. There's a 2-boat race here between Rollins College and the University of Dayton women. Looks like Dayton has a slight lead over Rollins. Let's go ahead and give you the lineups. Rollins has a slight lead over Dayton. I had that backwards. So from right to left, it's Rollins and UD. UD is on the right side or the left side. Rollins in lane 3, Olivia Prelog, Isabella Espino, Nina Nikolic, Maria Gutierrez, Grace Ulrich, Chloe Smith, Kinsey Sparks, and Abigail Klessa, Cox by Maria Lippman, and the UD women, Angelina Cook, Annika Rausch, Paige Sherlock, Kira Fortunato, Caitlin O'Laughlin, Catherine Blandford, Catherine Frazier, and Sarah Duncan, Cox by Emily Walker. Good racing here, though, between these two boats. Rollins has a slight edge, though. Dayton still easily in contact, and a lot can happen here in the last 1,000 meters of the race. Rollins starting to press away a little bit more, now with about a half a length lead over University of Dayton. Water looks to be smoothing out. I think the wind might be dying down some. It's still chilly here, though. It's not out of the 50s yet, I don't think. It is 53 degrees. 54. Just changed to 54. So a chilly day. Still light winds, though, out of the northwest. Solid half-length lead for the Rollins women over UD. Nice technical rowing from the Rollins women. .37 strokes a minute for Rollins. 33.5 strokes a minute for UD. So UD's got some space to go up if they can continue hanging on here. It's a little late to be really making a big press, but they've been understroking Rollins for quite a bit. So they may have more left in the tanks if they decide to go. But if they're going to go, they're going to need to go now. Rollins starting to kick the rate up a little bit. Rollins still at a 37. 36.5 for Dayton. Rollins opening it up. Almost an open water lead. Rollins still rowing very well technically. The Dayton women are as well. It's not as if I was trying to say that the Dayton women weren't. At this level, though, you would expect that. This is the top level for the varsity women. The grand final will be coming up on this race, and we should also see some great rowing there. UD not letting Rollins go. They're going to stay in contact. It's a good race between these two boats. Great practice for the rest of the year as they move into more championship racing. Rollins now kicked the rate up some more. They're to 39.5. Nice view from our drone pilots as they follow the race. This is the view from the fan tilt zoom on the finish tower. well into the red buoys. Should be seeing the finish line momentarily. Rollins kicked the rate up again to 45. If I can trust my stroke watch there. And Rollins will be the winner of the B final, followed by University of Dayton. Great race by both those crews. They were solidly in contact the entire way down the course. Good practice no matter what. It's always good to line up next to somebody else and have to race them. Next up will be the A final of the Women's Open Varsity 8, the grand final. This will set the top 6 places for this event. That race is due to start in 3 minutes, so we've got a little bit of time here. Get a good view of the course. Water looks great. There's a marshal's launch getting people ready to get into the starting dock. Oh, that was the finish line camera. I apologize for that. That was Rollins heading in. So here we are at the finish line again. Once again, I'd like to thank our sponsor, the Rowing Repair Center with Tim Searles, who is the sponsor, the 2024 SIRA Regatta sponsor. Also like to thank Here Now Sports for the great coverage and the webcast. Nice view. This is our fancy pan tilt zoom on the finish tower. You can see we can dial all the way in there up on the starting bridge. Most of the boats should be in the starting blocks now. From right to left, we'll go right to left this time. Lane 1 is Purdue. Lane 2 is Kansas State. Lane 3 is Louisville. Lane 4 is Jacksonville. Lane 5 is Mercyhurst. And lane 6 is Vanderbilt. So this time you do have a mix of club and varsity women. Purdue definitely a club in this. I believe Vanderbilt might be too, and they're off. We've got a good start for the Women's Varsity 8 Open A Final. While we're waiting for the leads to sort out a little bit, let's run through a few lineups. For Purdue in lane 1, we have from Bow, Kara Benbow, Ellie Heaney, Eliana Papandrea, Gabriela Serdica, Stephanie Serdica, Julia Hopper, Sophie Shabazz, and Nicolette Hallahan. Coxed by Brianna Ruggiero. Kansas State in lane 2, Kay Packelber, Simone Simmons, Madeline Barrett, Grace Hale, Madison Kohler, Rachel Harmon, Sylvia Cunningham, Grayson McLean, coxed by Paige Fox. Looks like our leaders right now are in lane 3 from Louisville, with Kansas State right on the tail, and also Jacksonville and Mercyhurst in the race. Vanderbilt and Purdue slipping behind a little bit. In lane 3 from Louisville, we have Isabella Oyola, Madeline Giron, Peyton Stinson, Macy Wisenand, Kaylee Leonard, Evie Peplowski, Claire Carver-Ritter, and Alexia Bernard, coxed by Isabella Hussey. In lane 4 from Jacksonville, Greta Geiser, Nia Lamb, Holly Rosser, Olivia Coffey, Hannah Williams, Ginger Hubbard, Gabby Huxtable, and Ann Gertz, coxed by Mackenzie Thurlow. In lane 5 from Mercyhurst, Blythe Lyons, Holly Purvis, Autumn Kearney, Grace Kraus, and Catherine Muller. McLean Zajicek, Aaron Jackson, and Tegan Spracklin. Louisville still in the lead here, and it's a tight race for second between Kansas State and Mercyhurst. Kansas State and Jacksonville, with Mercyhurst still in the hunt there as well. Very good race here at the beginning. Just crossed through the 750. Good grouping there. Purdue and Vanderbilt not quite hanging with the rest of the group, but the top 4 boats are all very tight. In lane 5, Blythe Lyons, Holly Purvis, Adam Kearney, Grace Kraus, and Catherine Muller. McLean Zajicek, Aaron Jackson, and Tegan Spracklin, coxed by Emily McCauley. I think I got to read them twice, so I hope they're happy about that. In Vanderbilt in lane 6, we have Nia Charland, Serena Samuel, Amelia Simpson, Nora Kolb, Ivy Thornborough, Julia Iyer, Yenny June, and Hannah Thomas, coxed by Dylan Cameron. So through the 1,000-meter mark, Louisville's still in the lead. Still a very tight grouping in the top 3 boats. Kansas State in second place with Jacksonville in third. So this is for the gold, silver, and bronze medal. Kansas State opening up a little bit of distance on Jacksonville. Jacksonville's going to have to sustain here, rolling up to the 1250. Louisville solidly in the lead at a 33 stroke per minute stroke rate. 36.5 for Kansas State. And 39.5 for Jacksonville. I don't know if I trust those stroke rates. Those are on a 1 rate count. They should be relatively close, though. Louisville is clearly understroking everyone else here. And Louisville is starting to open it up. It looks like Jacksonville is taking the lead a little bit over Kansas State for the silver medal. It's all about perspective and the camera angles here, but that's the way it looks, at least from this direction. Louisville's still looking very strong. And Jacksonville, as we cross through the 1,500, does have about a quarter of a deck lead over Kansas State. That'll be a tight race. They've definitely separated themselves from the rest of the field. So the top 3 boats, there's no problem that one of them will get medals as long as nothing goes, or each of them will get medals as long as nothing goes wrong. Louisville probably pretty securely in contention for the gold here. It's going to be between Kansas State and Jacksonville over who's going to be able to hold it together and get that silver medal. Right now, the edge goes to Jacksonville, but there's still about 30 strokes left in this race, and anything can happen. Into the red buoys, just about. There goes Louisville now. 250 meters to go for them. Jacksonville still hammering it away with Kansas State hot on their tail. And it looks like Kansas State may have just made a solid move there and got their bow ball ahead. Great move by the Kansas State ladies. Kansas State starting to press in on Louisville a little bit. We'll see if Louisville has to respond to that. So Kansas State has pulled ahead of Jacksonville now. Jacksonville has cranked their rate up a little bit more. $41 for Jacksonville. 39.5 for Kansas State. Louisville will definitely win the gold medal here. And it'll be a photo finish between these 2 boats. Yeah, that'll be a photo finish. It looks like Kansas State may have gotten the edge, but we'll wait and see the photo finish. if they have time to put it up. That one's going to be a close one. No, it sure was. Wow. 6/100ths of a second. Fantastic racing there in those top three boats. The fourth place will be Mercyhurst. Vanderbilt comes in fifth. And Purdue in sixth. Louisville, your winners from Bow, Isabella Iola, Madeline Giron, Peyton Stinson, Macy Wisenand, Kaylee Leonard, Evie Poplawski, Claire Carver-Ritter, Alexia Bernard, Cox by Isabella Hussey. Congratulations to the Louisville women for winning the Women's Open Varsity 8 at the 54th SIRA Championships. All right, ladies and gentlemen, 2 races left. The B final for the men's varsity 8 and the A final for the men's varsity 8. And the B final is underway. From left to right here, we've got Rollins, Mercyhurst, Purdue, Delaware, North Carolina, and Vanderbilt. We're 2 minutes in. I think we can get the lineups done. Rollins from Bow, Reese Duntley, Brennan Duntley, James Cohn, Constantine Demetriadis, J.P. McClear, Fred Bang Anderson, Cooper Reichert, and Bill Harris, Cox by Theo Prius. Mercyhurst in lane 2, Noah Littlefield, Ingemar Van de Greek, Ivan Katic, Ellis Kodunis, William Stover, Nathaniel Harris, Mitchell Daly, and Jorge Maracos, Cox by Siena Zona. Right now, it looks like Purdue is in the lead, followed by Delaware. Mercyhurst looks to be in third place, with Vanderbilt in fourth, and Rollins and UNC fighting it out for fifth place. In Purdue, in lane 3, we have James Murr, Matthew Skubis, Luke Schutte, Kevel Wagner, Xander Van Den Nieuwenhuizen, Luke Backus, Philo Calkin, and Albert Johnson, and they are coxed by Nathaniel Hyatt. Delaware in lane 4 as we cross through the 1,000. Owen Spar, Nicholas Antrim, Jacob Milburn, Leo Williams, Nathan Todaro, Brett Weber, Addison Garrett, Jonathan Dempsey, coxed by Caitlin Sill. UNC in lane 5, Jack Lindstrom, Samuel Geist, Emily Charles, Samuel Bailey, Lucas Cerny, Yevon Hall, Jack Worden, and Davis Carey, coxed by Elizabeth Zalou. There's a good picture of our leader now, Purdue. Ahead of the rest of the field, but not by very much. You have Delaware in contact. There's no open water there. Delaware's making a hard charge after them. Let's do Vanderbilt's lineup in lane 6. From Bow, Colin Clark, Arda Mirt, Lamasi Subravetti, Austin Powell, Tillman Philo, Zachary Stutzman, Nicholas Helgas, and Alexander, whose name did not fit in the rest of the box there. We filled up the box. So, Alexander, I'm sorry we don't know your last name. From Vanderbilt, coxed by Petrea Kirachmaton. All right, so Purdue now has open water on Delaware, and charging hard against Delaware is Mercyhurst over in lane 2 there at the top of the screen. You can see Mercyhurst making a big move as they come up to the last 500 meters if they're not already in it. Mercyhurst has kicked their rate up a little bit. They're at a 41.5. 38 for Delaware. Delaware's going to have some room to go up, but Mercyhurst has gotten ahead of them just a little bit, I think. Purdue still solidly in control of this for the B final. So this sets places 7 through 12. And now it looks like Delaware responded to the move and got about a third of a length back on Mercyhurst. So Delaware probably in second for this one, but Mercyhurst making another move. So we'll see if they've got what it takes to punch it through. This one's going to be a close one for the second place in this race. I think Mercyhurst may have just edged their bow ball ahead again. Purdue definitely has it wrapped up, though, well into the red buoys. And they crossed the finish line first. Photo finish between, wow, another photo finish between Mercyhurst and Delaware. It looked like Mercyhurst may have gotten their oars in the water one more time than Delaware did, but again, we'll have to wait for the photo finish. You can go see the photo finish on the Here Now website. I think the link is in the description of this YouTube. Wow, okay, look at this is not the photo finish from this race, but this is the photo finish from the last race. So you can see that Kansas State and Jacksonville there, that was about 5 bow balls difference. Very close. Okay. Okay. Just had news from the director producer that we'll have the photo finish from this one as soon as they can pull it together. But thank goodness for what a great system we've got here where we can do this stuff almost in real time. Normally that would take, back in the old days, that would take about an hour. I'm not that old, really. Yeah. Okay. But right now, for the unofficial finish, officially, Purdue, Mercyhurst, Delaware, Rollins, UNC, and Vanderbilt. Great racing there, especially in the top 3 boats. And then that sets us up for the last race of the day, the varsity men's A final. We've got about 3 minutes to the start of that one. Okay, sounds like they got the photo finish now for the race you just saw. It's going to come up. And there you go, Mercyhurst by 3 bow balls. That's crazy. Wow. Man, I love technology most of the time. Congratulations to Mercyhurst for getting their oars in the water one more time. Okay, back up to the starting line for the Varsity 8A final. We've got some points all over the place. Hopefully Notre Dame will get that straightened out before it's time to start the race. Looks like they're working on it. From left to right, we have Stetson, Notre Dame, Virginia, Colgate, Jackson, and FIT. The oars are still kind of laying all over the place, so we're not quite ready to get started. When you see all the oars line up and the blade snap square, you'll know we're very close to being ready to go. They will probably start this race right on time at 12:59, the scheduled start time. Now we've got the blades are parallel and square. And they're off. See if we can get some stroke rates here. 47 for Virginia. Colgate at 50. Jacksonville at 45. Notre Dame at 48 and a half. Stetson at 48. And FIT at 45. FIT will generally crank the rate up way high at the end of the race. Normally not quite as high in the beginning of the race. So right now this race is between Virginia and Jacksonville. Colgate is right in the mix though. Colgate won the SIRAs last year. I misspoke yesterday when I said that they had won the ACRAs last year. It was Southern's. They are not eligible to race in ACRAs because they are a varsity program. A little bit of a steering problem there by Virginia. Hopefully they can get that straightened out, not cross over into the next lane. There, it looks like they've gotten it back. Jacksonville. No, that is Colgate. Colgate is present. No, it is Jacksonville. Jacksonville just in the lead right now with about half a deck over Virginia, with about a quarter of a length over Colgate. This is a great view for this race. Notre Dame also having some steering problems here. So Stetson is presently in fourth place. This one is for the medals. Jacksonville rowing a very strong race. Virginia not letting them go, though. It looks like Virginia is starting to press ahead a little bit. Colgate is still in the mix, though. They're going to want to defend their gold medal from last year. Great racing. All the boats are in contact. Great look down the course. Just fantastic water. Couldn't have better conditions right now. Well, it could be about 10 degrees warmer, but really couldn't have better conditions. Run through some lineups here. From left to right, Stetson in lane one. From bow, Dylan Anderson, Griffin Fender, Enric Bretman, William Hubbard, Jack Roach, Lucas Bajoric, Matthew Franks, and Sacha Rolena. Cox by Bennett Russell. For Notre Dame in lane two, Joe Jackson, Aiden Kiley, Noah Burkhoff, Aiden Walsh. Crossing through the 1,000-meter mark, it looks like Virginia just ahead of Jacksonville, just ahead of Colgate, and Stetson in fourth place. Sorry, Notre Dame in fourth place. Stetson falling behind a little bit. FIT also behind. Finishing up Notre Dame's lineup, Aiden Walsh in four, Joseph Keeley, Eugene Tunney, John Benson, Joseph Downauer, Cox by Bridget Murphy. Virginia, Noah Amato, Christopher Gardner, Tyler Remigino, Brett Hogan, Philip Chadwell, Alexander Bollinger, Michael Leone, James Reed, Cox by Iman Dowd. Now Virginia with about half a length lead over second place Jacksonville, with about half a length lead over third place Notre Dame, with about half a length lead over fourth place Colgate. And Colgate's boat, Ruben Engels, Harrison Ziegler, Ethan Yang, James Burke, Eldon Scott, Charlie Jones, Luca Figlioli, and Luca Williams. Coxed by Isabella Jaffe. Jacksonville, John Connolly, Hugo Parks, Max Hinkle, Nathan Fletcher, Ole Grunert, John Loftus, Vukasin Resanovic, and Archie Lockett, coxed by Hannah Radigan. And FIT in lane six, Hayden Linkle, Thomas Matt, Justice Kazukaris, Hugo Ruzicka, Ardenas Kalemis, Domantas Maruka, Omer Byram, and Sandro Gardella. Virginia holding on to the lead here with about half a length over the rest of the field, certainly. Definitely over Notre Dame in second. Jacksonville may have fallen back a little bit. Fantastic view here. Great race so far. Notre Dame is going to go after Virginia hard. Notre Dame's been putting some fast times down, but so has Virginia. .38.5 strokes per minute for Virginia. We're into the red buoys, 37.5 strokes per minute for Notre Dame. Jacksonville and Colgate have fallen back. This one's going to be between Virginia and Notre Dame. Notre Dame's pressing hard. Notre Dame at a 39. 40.5 for Virginia. Virginia's still holding the lead, and they will win it by about half a length over Notre Dame, with Jacksonville and Colgate coming in third and fourth, respectively. So your unofficial winners right now, Virginia. Congratulations to them. The lineup: Noah Amato, Christopher Gardner, Tyler Remigino, Brett Hogan, Philip Chadwell, Alexander Bollinger, Michael Leone, and James Reed, coxed by Iman Dowd. Congratulations to the Cavaliers from Virginia. What a great race that was. Silver medalists will be Notre Dame. They put on a heck of a good race there to try and catch Virginia. Virginia celebrating, you can see. Colgate coming in fourth out of the medals. Jacksonville then locks up the bronze medal by 0.7 of a second. What a great way to end the day. Oh, once again, we'd like to thank the Oak Ridge Rowing Association, the host organization, of course, the SIRA Regatta Board, Here Now Sports, and our diligent producer-director, Liz Swain, Brian, and the rest of the crew from Here Now running the cameras. It's been a great weekend. We appreciate everybody's attention. We hope you enjoyed the racing. The racing will continue to be available on YouTube anytime you want to go back and watch it. And I think there were some races that might be worth being watched again. And I would almost guarantee that the rowers will be going back and watching those, getting themselves ready to go on to their later racing. Certainly for all the crews that are coming back here to Accra. So we hope to see you all again soon. Have a great rest of the weekend and enjoy the show. Goodbye.